So I hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope everybody enjoyed it and got to, you know, get out and do something other than YouTube, right? Because I tried to stay away from it, but of course, I had to peek in once in a while and see what was going on. And some of these docs were pretty crazy, but I laughed this morning. I was trying to catch up on some of it. And let me tell you, there's a whole bunch to catch up on from the weekend. Holy smokes. Lana was live at 6 this morning because she couldn't sleep. I was laughing at that one. But I was just curious what everybody thought about these new docs and what everybody thought about some of the info that was in them. And I found a few of them that I thought was pretty interesting that I wanted to go over. And as we wait for Kiki to show up, I did want to play. I don't know if everybody got to see Brian Enton's interview this morning with, and he was Bernhardt. Is that what their names are? I believe that, did the phone and all that. So I was going to show some of that for a few minutes. And while we wait for Kiki and see what she's getting ready. And she said she has a few things she wants to go over, and we'll see what she has to say. But in the meantime, let's go over some of this stuff. Let's go over. Let's watch some of what Enton had to say this morning on, what these ladies had there. Well, husband and wife they are.
I just wrapped up a conversation with you for talking with me. I really appreciate it. I've been wondering about the phone and the laptop for a long time. Obviously, there's been the gag order and so much has been under seal, but we knew that they had Brian Koberger's phone and we knew that they had his laptop. And come to find out, both of you have been the ones sort of going through both of those devices sort of in secret from the public for all this time. How did you get involved? If you can kind of go back to the beginning.
Sure. In March of 2023, the FBI reached out and asked essentially if I would be willing to come in and just be another set of eyes on the data that they were looking at. When you see his phone and his hard drive, there are huge gaps and things that just don't make sense, not normal behavior. So I think it kind of threw them through a loop. And I brought Jared in with me. So the two of us started working directly with them and just having conversations on what have you seen? What else is there?
So is it basically, and forgive me if my questions are kind of like stupid, I just don't know how this works. Like, do you go to the FBI and they literally hand you the phone? Or is it like they send you a bunch of files that they found on the phone? How does it actually work?
You want to take that?
Sure. So we didn't actually touch the physical phone itself. They had already extracted the data from the phone and sort of made a copy of the hard drive for the laptop. And so we were just working with a copy of the evidence. And so if you think of,
I just wanted to play this. I thought they said some pretty interesting stuff. I'm sure most of us have probably already watched it. I won't watch it all. Go check out Brian Enton if you haven't. He does do some pretty good stuff. But here,
all the data that's stored on your phone, when it gets extracted, it kind of gets pulled out into a zip file, and then we use software like Celebrate software to take that zip file and put it on your screen into categories with parsed data, decoded data, so that you can see it and work with it.
Did you both work on the cell phone and the laptop, or did you kind of divide and conquer?
Yeah, we both started on the phone, and then I kind of took over on the hard drive, but it was a constant back and forth because he was logged in to Chrome with the same profile. So just communicating on, I see this, do you see this? Does the timeline make sense? Where are the gaps? He cleared more on his laptop than he did on his phone. So just constant communication back and forth is how we kind of approached this.
Yeah, I mostly just worked on the phone. I didn't do anything on the hard drive.
So what did you first notice on the phone?
Well, I think the brief sort of when we showed up, that the brief was, we've looked at the data. So the FBI folks had already looked at the data, and they came to us with, there's a gap in time that we see in his cellular records from this minute, in the middle of the night until this minute in the middle of the night. And so our focus was looking at that period of time and then also looking for any connection to the victims, because that was something that they hadn't achieved yet either.
And when you talk about that gap in time, is that the time when we know that he apparently turned off the phone?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what were you able to figure out? I mean, was there anything that you could figure out during that time, or was it just sort of a dead zone because the phone was off?
Well, we figured out it was intentionally turned off and that his phone was at 100% battery power and that it was a manual power down. So that's a big thing. If your battery dies It doesn't mean you went out and committed a murder. But the fact that you turned off Wi-Fi, manually turned off your phone was charged at 100%, that you never turn off your phone every single day. I shouldn't say never. It's not normal behavior for Brian Koberger to turn off his phone. He had done it a few times, but it's not like, Brian, if you every single day, your best practice is before bed, you turn off your phone and you turn it on every morning.
Mm.
You would be able to look at your pattern and say, this is normal for Brian. This is not normal. For Brian Koberger, turning off his device like that and disabling Wi-Fi before the murders was 100% abnormal and a huge red flag.
Yeah, that would make sense if he didn't normally do that. So when his phone powered back on, what did you notice from that point?
So one thing to remember in this case is the time to evidence really matters with digital evidence. And so from the time the crime was committed until he was identified, arrested, and then his device was extracted, it was like 45 days or somewhere around that range. And so as we talk to you right now, my phone is rich with data that is right now, but it can't keep everything forever. And so the more time that passes, the less rich the data is. So some things naturally were purging over time. By the time he was arrested and the phone acquired, some of the stuff was already gone. So immediately when the phone powers back on, that's sort of where the FBI, their CAS team would pick up with cell records to say, all right, now his device is hitting this tower in this area. But the device itself wasn't super busy with files that were changing that we can see now. It was just sort of benign nothingness until around 6 in the morning.
And what did you notice around 6 in the morning?
Sure. That's when, and I'm sure you've heard this, but he saved his parents in his device as mother and father. And he also called them that. So he would call mother. If mother didn't answer, he would call father. And then he would call mother, call father, and then start texting them saying, mother, why is father not answering? Or father, where is mother? So it was constant back and forth. He ended up speaking with mother for over 3 hours the day of the murder, from about 6:13 or 6:31 in the morning through 5:54 p.m.
So was it one whole 3-hour call or was it chunks?
The longest one was about an hour and a half. And then there was a 54-minute call and then smaller chunks. But he could have a 54-minute call, a few minutes would pass, and then another 9-minute call with mother again.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like these two, I do, but Tonka, I like your Celebrite is not able to determine if a cell phone is on or off. They specifically analyze the data. I like that. Cat Farm, thank you, welcome. We're just going to listen to this for a few minutes, and then there is a few of them docs that I want to look at and discuss with you guys as we wait for Kiki.
When you keep referring to her as mother, it just sounds so weird. Like, I mean, I guess people do that, but I just call my, mom, dad for my parents. And like the fact that he would refer to each other as mother and father.
If I called my mom or my dad mother or father, I'm just not even sure how they would have reacted to that one. That just says a lot to me.
I don't know. I guess that just strikes me as kind of strange.
Brian, I've been doing this 23 years. I have never seen anything like that in my life. Also, I create test data all the time. At Celebrate, we do CTFs. I create labs for Sands Institute where we train people how to work cases like this. And he had 16 contacts. If I ever gave you a data set with 16 contacts, I would expect you to call me out and be like, what's wrong with this? This person isn't talking to anyone. So stuff like that is also really odd.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense with what we know about him not really having very many friends and sort of seemed like kind of a reject at Washington State University. Was he, I mean, it sounds like he talked to his mom and dad a lot. Were there anyone else that he would call, like that you could see regularly?
Not consistently. There were a few calls here and there, like in the months before the crimes, but especially like around the time of the crime and forward, it was almost exclusively communication with his parents.
Did he talk to them every day?
Yes, like a lot.
Morning and night, as early as 5 a.m. his time.
Every single day, pretty much?
He talked to them every day from what we can see.
Interesting. And I mean, I think I know the answer to this question, but there's no way to know what they were talking about, right? Based on the data that you guys can get from the phone?
No,
and that's, I think, one of the tricky pieces is, for some of the evidence that we don't have because time passed, we do have these call logs. And the one call was 54 minutes leading up until 9 a.m. the day of the murders. And when we said that, someone else correlated it to, well, he was reportedly back at the crime scene around that time. And we didn't know that because we weren't focused on that piece of the investigation. We weren't aware. But the words that were being spoken would probably speak volumes to everyone as to what was he saying to her as he was, what was he saying to her as he was doing that? Like, as he's driving back towards this crime scene, what were the words? And we just will never have that.
While he was still in Washington, were there any other interesting text messages? We obviously saw the one photo that came out, like that kind of creepy photo, selfie photo. I'm assuming that was off the phone, but was there anything else interesting, like in the days and weeks, after the murders, still in Washington?
So he, on his hard drive, he cleared, and I even said this to Jared this morning.
Good morning, Nina. Thank you. Thank you for showing love. Thank you all for being here. Like I said, we're just going to watch a little of this, and then if you have any docs that you thought was interesting of the 550 or 46, whatever it was of them, just let me know. We can go over them.
It's so weird to me. He has browser data back through early September, but but he chose to clear browser data from October 12th through November 16th. And then on his computer, behavior picked up. It looked like he was back in school and doing typical things. His phone was a little bit different. So his practices seemed to be consistent around the murder on both the hard drive and the phone, but then he changed his methodologies a little bit after.
Yeah, one thing to remember is a normal person's device is busy. You have more than 18 contacts. And so you wake up to a text, you make calls to more than 2 people. He just didn't. And so his device was quiet, like somewhat normally quiet. He had lots of email activity happening, so school stuff and some Yahoo and like Gmail stuff. But it was really quiet device, just in general.
Yeah, I'm just.
And you know, I know that can be strange because I guess we all run off of our cell phones now, and everything is in our cell phones, from, you know, our bills to the schools to, yeah, you know what I mean? We all have a lot of stuff in there, but as of contacts, I mean, is that really that strange? Some people just are not social and some just don't speak. And, you know, he's halfway across the country. He don't know anybody. I mean, I don't think it is as strange as they're making it out to be. So, okay, Kiki.
Thinking like with my phone, and maybe it's just because like I'm a reporter or whatever, but I'm Googling like all day. I'm searching like on my phone. If you look to mine, it'd probably be like insane, you know? So he wasn't doing stuff like that?
Well, he cleaned it up too. So their normal behavior.
Hi, Kiki. Welcome. It's nice to have you.
It's so good to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
You're welcome. I was just playing this to kind of, you know, buy time until you were able to show up.
Okay.
So nothing special on this. We can end it. What do you want? Depends on what you want to talk about. I know you had a few things you wanted to discuss.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to, I don't know. I think I have like a really bad internet connection or something, but I hope you guys can hear me, and it's like glitching out on my end. So I hope there's no glitches on your end.
So far you're good.
Okay, great. So yeah, I was telling Christy I'd love to stay for a long live stream, but I only have like limited time. I have this great task today. Hold on, I'm just fixing something on here. I have this awesome task today. I'm actually decorating a room, and before I get into what I wanted to talk about, I'd love to know in the audience, have you guys ever turn off my camera? I don't know if you guys have any experience with decorating, but like, you know, I have a budget, but even if you have an unlimited budget, it's so hard to find like what you need. Like if you're trying to make a room look good and like with a color palette. So I have resorted to like making some of the different things. Like I'm making a lampshade today to go and like match the curtains and stuff. So it's kind of fun.
You're being all crafty.
Yeah, I actually am really proud of myself. So anyway, and I'd love to know it. Oops, hold on, let me turn the camera off. That's not what I intended. I'd love to know, you know, if you guys do any of that stuff too. Anyway, I wanted to tell you what I was up to today before I just blurted out everything I came here to talk about.
I'm not crafty. That's one thing I am not. I've tried, but just not in me to do that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I give you props.
I'm craftier than I thought. But, oh, good. Yes. Swampside Chick says best way to do it. Like I'm telling you, like you can't find the things you need in the stores. Like, I mean, I would say probably most people who do interior design, now that I'm like tasked with this, probably make like a lot customized. I don't think make is the right word. Customize them. So.
Yeah.
So anyway, oh wait, what did Jane say? I don't know if they left it up or no. I thought it checked. Oh, we're talking about the ISP documents.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know. Yeah. I think that's what yes. Okay. Sorry.
I don't have like a way to like filter or touch up my appearance, you guys. So you're getting me raw today. I want to look at you guys in the eyes. I don't like hiding behind my avatar. Oops, and I just did it.
I never show myself, but you're showing yourself. So hi.
It's good to see you.
It was nice to see you too. Okay, but I'm back off again.
I'm actually trying to. All right, so what I wanted to talk about today, I have a couple of theories I wanted to, actually, I was going to change my name to Trigger Warning, but I'm just going to give a general trigger warning for everyone. Before I get into like the theory I wanted to present to Christy today, I did want to talk a little bit about, oh, thank you, Tonka. I love you. I wanted to talk about a little bit about the interview with DM. So obviously by now, if you guys are following this case, you've probably read the whole interview. And there's just a few, I probably have nothing insightful to add that you guys haven't already thought of. But there are a couple things that like I wanted to point out. Number one, the impression that I got after reading that is so different than the way that I was looking at this before. Before, I thought there was a chance that the person in that home might not have seen DM, right? Or may have just somehow overlooked her, right? But that's not what DM is saying. That is not what Dylan is saying. She said this, not only did the person know she was there because of the phone calls and the text messages and the screaming and the slamming of the door, but she's under the impression some of these things were being said to her. Like, okay, it's okay, I'm here to help. I mean, am I wrong, or does it sound like DM said that was being said to her?
She did make the comment in one of the papers I read where she said that she thought maybe they were directed to her, but she wasn't wasn't sure, which I thought was strange too, because why would they be directing it to her? Which I didn't understand.
Yeah, Tonka's kind of getting to the point here. Dylan straight said she thought she was protected.
Yes. That's what I said. I'll let you keep going.
Oh no, please, no, your show. I want to know what I'm here because I want to know what you think, Christy.
I did. I thought like why would Dylan think that this person that's in there doing this crime was there to protect her?
So when I initially heard DM saying, it's okay, I'm here to help. So we heard layers of this interview coming out. So the first layer that we heard is like DM saying, it's okay, I'm here to help. But she was like, oh, okay, but it wasn't in a nice way. And that just like ruminated in my head, like, I'm like, how do you not say it in a nice way to the victim? It doesn't make sense. Like, why would you say that? It's not like there's a point to it other than to just like a cruel thing to say. But if the unaliver is saying it to the person they're trying to not draw attention, but in a nice way, that makes sense. It's kind of like, I'm here to help, shut the F up, like, or something like that. The other thing is the testimony, the interview goes into great detail about not only the victims, but the unaliver being in the bathroom. So what's up with the crime scene in the bathroom? Like, do we know anything about that? I don't know.
I read through all the 500 and some of these things, and there really wasn't anything mentioned about the bathroom. There was a few spots of red stuff outside of it and that, but they really didn't mention anything in the bathroom. And I wondered that myself after reading Dylan stating that, Xana was crying in the bathroom, and that I thought we'd find something, there would be something in there, and there wasn't.
Right. And then there's even more, like when it comes to, again, I'm not fully convinced. We know all forensics is the part that we don't have, like the results of the forensics. Okay, what's the analysis? What was the trail like? Who was unalive first, second, third due to those forensics. And so like we're not privy to all of that info, or do I know like how that's going to be released or disseminated? But I do question now, going back and assuming it was Xana running down the stairs, because they were sitting there watching Vampire Diaries with Kaylee, and Kaylee went upstairs. Like, I don't know. We don't know the order of unaliving, and there was no trial. So it's not like we heard the prosecutors coming up and be like, boom, boom, boom,
Mm-hmm.
So could that have been Kaylee? I don't know.
Yeah, the running up and down the steps really have me wondering, because why does she think it was Kaylee that was doing it? But we heard Ann Taylor say that that was impossible because Kaylee was already unalived. So what made her think it was Kaylee? Just because she heard Murphy with her, maybe? I bet, maybe Murphy was running with Xana because he was scared. Who knows? But it don't line up. Dylan's statements, none of them. She changes a lot. She changes a lot of her wording in her statements.
Well, this whole Vampire Diaries thing. So let's go to the Vampire Diaries. And I still haven't even gotten into my theory, which is the whole reason I'm here for Christy, and I'm just trailing off on all this stuff because it's hard not to, right? And so the Vampire Diaries. So I talked to, I'm not going to out the person, but I was talking to somebody I love very much who is going into their junior year at Tufts, and he is in a fraternity. And I was telling him the story. I'm like, so this, I was telling you about the case. And I'm like, so this is where things get like messed up, is we just read the testimony that the survivor was watching Vampire Diaries and isn't sure what part of her testimony is Vampire Diaries and which part is like real memory. And it was interesting. Like, you guys, I mean, he has no skin in the game. He like was like, he thought that was normal. Like, he didn't see. And then I'm like, he goes, well, she was probably messed up. I'm like, yeah, she had a Borg. She was playing Rage Cage and she had 6 White Claws. And he's like, I'm like, do you know what a Borg is? And he like didn't really flinch. And I'm like, do you know what a Borg is? He's like, yeah. So I don't know. Perspective of young fraternity, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But now this changes things. And the one thing I haven't done, and if I had my podcast, I would have done this before I came on. I haven't looked up that episode of Vampire Diaries. But what I would like to do is watch it where the 2 guys at the end save someone and see how similar that last episode is to Dylan's testimony. I wonder if the cops did that too, to just reasonable deduction. Like, what could she be like coming from her subconscious and what's actually coming from, Vampire Diaries?
Yeah, very good point. And I've watched all the Vampire Diaries. I love vampires. So I have watched them all. So now that you said that, I'm going to have to go back and watch it and see. Wonder which one she was watching now.
Well, the young man I spoke to also confirmed Vampire Diaries is incredibly popular now everywhere with that generation. So
yes.
So I came here to present a theory to Christy's audience. How many people do we have watching right now? I can't see. 38. Oh gosh, now this is a little bit scary. All right, well, I'm going to tell all 38 of you my theory. So I feel so bad. Like, I usually can press a button and like make my skin look shinier, but I can't. I don't know why it's not working on your screen.
Oh, you look fine.
I feel really self-conscious right now. All right, here I go with the theory. So I have been on 2 live streams now talking about this flashbang that was present in the home. And it's not just that I'm fixating on something that I want to figure out. It's not just that. I feel like whatever this is, okay, I feel like it's so, there's so many significant markers for what it could be if we found out what it is, that we could know for sure who set it off or who owned it. And what I'm talking about is a flashbang, whatever it was, okay? It can be very few things at this point, okay? Yeah. But there are some clues. And the first one is that the flashbang happened, but it doesn't appear people were incapacitated afterwards. So I'm curious to know, to me, it makes it sound like it couldn't be one of those flashbang grenades. It feels like it'd be too powerful, but I don't know. But that's the thing I was closest to when I first started talking about this theory. I thought of other things too. We thought of tasers, but there's no I mean, that would be indicated in the autopsies. Again, we're getting into major trigger warnings here, you guys. So sensitive ears, this might not be the right episode for you guys on Chrissy's channel. And I don't mean it to take away sensitivity to the victims or the families or the people impacted by the crime, but this is what's in the documents. So this is what we're discussing. Thank you, Christy. All right, so if it were, now we talked about a burner, okay? So in this interview, DM's like starts describing what she saw underneath the unaliver's arm, but she does go as far as to say she thought the unaliver was carrying a burner. So whatever it was that made the flashbang, and just to clarify with the audience, in case you don't know what I'm referencing, Bethany and the neighbor both accounted for something that made a really loud noise and a flash, and then Bethany saw it underneath her door. So what could that be? I mean, if it were, let's just go with basic theory. DM saw a burner and it was a burner. That kind of thing would leave trace evidence. So we just keep getting to the circle. Like, what could it have been that made a spark, made a noise, and what was the point of it? And it has to be whatever this person had under their arm. So I saw a really interesting post by Miss Potts. And this is kind of what really solidified to me what my theory is on this is. But she was showing a picture of an AR, okay? And or I think she was showing a picture of an AR-15. She might have been showing an AK. Regardless, she was showing something with a large, like, sport barrel, like a stock barrel, because it has like a colander shaped, like, you can buy different attachments for all these burners, and on that one you can put a stock on that's kind of like a colander, and it has a hollowed out shape that's a triangle. Okay, I do too. Bricelli, she's great. And then I decided just randomly to Google the thing that I have been hearing since the beginning, which is beanbag burner. And so I did Google it. Of course, I'm paraphrasing or changing my wording. And I'm going to tell you right now, they look like a long pow, like a long pow. Like, they really do. Like, I didn't bring a picture with me, but I think that there are a couple things to be said. Like, Steve Gonzalez from the beginning, Steve Gonzalez made these comments about the patterns of Kaylee's injuries on her face. And she talked about like a diamond shaped pattern. And I mean, it's just so heartbreaking to even think of. And this is what Olivia was saying in the victim impact statement. She's like, well, what did you use? Like, what was the second weapon? And like, from early on, I think a lot of people had inside information, not because it was leaked or anything like that. I just think that people knew things early on. They were told things, certainly like people I've interviewed were told things by ISP officers really early on. And I'm wondering if, like, Christy, you remember when we all got those emails with alternative theories on them early on? Well, one of them was talking about this beanbag gun. And I'm sorry, I said the word. I've been trying so hard.
You're fine. I'm not monetized. You're fine.
Well, one of them was about this beanbag burner. And I was always like, that's weird. And my dog is snoring over there. So I'm sorry for this like rolling thunder noise. So anyway, I'm really going back to that theory. And I think that early on, people heard this information and they're doing the same thing we are right now. They're like, well, it couldn't have been this because it would have left this type of residue, and it couldn't have been this. So I don't know, but I'm thinking the indicators are this. It has the ability to look like a long pow, a long rifle. It has the ability to leave this diamond shaped pattern. It causes a flash. It causes a noise. It's a non-lethal. And I don't know. So that's where I'm at. If it had been anything else, I feel like it would have left residue or some sort of impact that would have been forensically testable, or would have left something on the actual bodies. Oh gosh, did I lose the internet?
You're still fine.
All right. So I'll stop there. And I do have another theory, but I wanted to stop there and see what you guys think.
Honestly, I have thought about this one a lot too. And my two, I thought beanbag gun, that, pow pow. That's what I thought of too. But the other thing I tried to go to was to think of, if you're asleep and you wake up to this noise, you might think that it's louder or brighter or whatever, because you're just waking up out of your sleep. Was it just a simple, maybe a dresser falling over, and then let's see, that wouldn't add up, because I thought of like maybe something knocked over and then she sees a light. Well, maybe that light was the DoorDash driver's car, shining in her window, and somebody opened the front door to get the DoorDash, so there's a light. And then there's a big bang upstairs from somebody falling. And I was trying to add it that way and think of it, but it would be hard to make the bang upstairs and then still have the light downstairs unless there's more than one person. Because, like I woke up dead out of a sleep before and think like, oh my God, what was that? And jump up and run around. And it was just the cat that knocked something over. But I come out of my sleep thinking, wow, what was that? You know what I mean? So I've always thought maybe she just thought it was louder and more than what it was. But at the same time, I go back to Kaylee and the injuries and all that. So back to the beginning, the rumor of the pow pow. I don't know.
Christy, I actually think that that's a really reasonable explanation. Love Tina in the comments is talking about somebody dropping a heavy flashlight. That's the flash tonight. Somebody else in my comment section said, no, Kiki, it's a lamp falling down and breaking. I agree with everybody. Everybody, I agree with you. Like, it totally could be all of those things. And I see it. The other one that you mentioned that's very feasible is some sort of noise simultaneously with headlights from the DoorDash shining in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The only things that throw that off for me is, number one, Bethany saw the light coming from under her door. So I hesitate for the headlights, because if the noise didn't come from the thing that made the light, they happen simultaneously. And that's a coincidence. And it's hard to add a coincidence,
Yeah, that was my biggest thing is I can't come up with the theory to put them both together at the same time.
It's like, what the heck, and then, but the two indicators that brought me back to the beanbag as my just theory, and again, it's just speculation, you guys, I'm basing this just off of the stories, the stories that we've heard, but the neighbor heard it, so it was loud enough to be heard outside, and I hesitate to think that, I don't know, a lamp fall. I don't know what could be loud enough to be heard inside and outside. I would think maybe if the police heard that, they would assume that the noise was from outside if Bethany and the neighbor heard it. And what's interesting is, and again, I have to give credit because I saw this when I was watching Truth Transparency review the documents. On the 17th, they brought BF back for these extended interviews, okay? And it was on the 18th that we saw them back dusting for fingerprints on Bethany's window, going to the inside of the house, high side of the house, examining the outside. And it's an interesting date to be doing that. Sorry for all the noise. There's construction going on. And to boot, like, I keep seeing myself in the screen. I'm like, oh God.
Oh, you're fine. You look beautiful like always.
Well, I get on this camera very rarely, so it's hard for me to not want to make eye contact with my body. So I really don't care how I look. But anyway, well, that's not true. So I just feel like they came back investigating part of her story. And to me, like, I don't know how this wasn't, like, you're looking for a weapon. The weapon will lead you to the unaliver. It's something that you follow in an investigation. And I'm assuming they were following, I don't know, they must have been trying to figure out what this was. And I go back to people, obviously people heard things before this case was gagged and they whispered them out and about. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but this was one of the things I think people were trying to figure out what the heck she was talking about, and they knew about it early on. And
Yeah.
I think that this was pretty common knowledge. I mean, not just like, I'm so sorry about the noise. Maybe I should mute it and you should talk.
That's not going to work. We're used to you being muted half the time, so you're fine.
I don't know. A lot they're doing is so loud. Yeah, I don't know.
See, I always wonder because they said they heard it. So when we are watching the 1112 cam, should we have not heard that? I mean, we heard the big bang, which to me sound like something hitting the floor. If that is happening in that room, then what is the flash happening downstairs? Do you know what I mean? Like, if we hear it on the camera, so that's when the attack is occurring on the second floor, then if somebody's on the second floor attacking, then who's on the first floor doing the flash?
Okay, so I have thought about this too. And so, yes, the incident very well, the incident couldn't have been on, I think we can all assume the flash couldn't have been on the third floor unless it was so bright, unless it was outside of the house or something. You know, Bethany saw it, had to have been on the second floor, or an incident on the first floor. Because how could Bethany have seen it otherwise? Especially since that third floor, it's not just that it's out of sight from her. The hallway goes up and then to the right. So it cuts off the line of view of something like that. So you're so right. It would have to be first floor, second floor, or something outside. And I mean, so yeah, could it have been used twice? Upstairs once, downstairs? I don't know. And when we hear "fought for your life," I mean, I don't know if that is referencing like this, you know, I don't know what that's, you know, I don't know if that's just the, God, it's so hard to talk about these things without sounding so callous, but like, if that's just like the knife assault, or if that's like physical, you know, throwing punches and stuff. And I don't know, could some of these injuries still be unexplained? And that's why a lot of the discussion about the autopsies was so vague, and Kathy Mabbitt was like so rehearsed with her canned answers when she came onto that press conference early on. I don't know. I do have another theory though I want to get to in a second, if you guys don't mind. I forgot about this one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that like you said, that whole flash and bang has had, I think, a lot of us puzzled.
Well, I'm glad that the community hasn't come to a consensus out there, because I was telling Christy, I saw about 7 live streams in the last like 3 or 4 days, and I'm trying to catch up on the documents, but you know, I know you guys are much further ahead of me. So if you've already discussed these things and come to consensus, you know, I'm sorry, I'm just throwing it out there. But I have another one I want to throw out to you. And then I got to get off I'm so sorry, I can't stay on the live stream, but this is really interesting, and I just think it's worth examining. And here they go again with the freaking thingy. They're renovating. That's not my husband. That's the plumber.
Yeah, well, Scott asked if they were, how do you say it, dismembering a body in the next room.
All right, so here I go with my theory. I think I'll do it in between.
Where's his head?
In between them cutting in the walls. I don't know what they're doing. So
I dropped the link for I Know Who Killed You. I dropped her link. She's in my chat, or he, she, I'm not even sure. I'm sorry. I say she. I dropped her link in there. She does really good work in videos and that. So, okay, what's your next theory?
Wait, who did you drop a link for? I didn't quite catch that.
I Know Who Killed You. The one that she always does videos or songs and that. Does real good.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just talking about your channel, it's not just that you really put a lot of heart. It's, you know, you are very clever with the lyrics, and you know, I
Right.
I love like watching the evolution of your ideas in song. It's fun.
Yes, yes.
It's entertaining and food for thought, I should say, not fun.
Yeah. Agreed.
Last theory, and then I'm gonna drop my last bomb and leave. Okay. So first off, I'm gonna give 2 shout outs while I'm on this live stream. Number 1 is Kane B. No, not Kane B, the Purge, because he has tagged me in several live streams, and I just really appreciate when or mention me in the description. And I just say as a creator, I really appreciate that, because I get onto YouTube and, you know, I have my things I listen to, and they're not necessarily related to this case. And when people tag me, it just makes me feel so good, and it's just so nice to listen to it. But Can't Be the Purge has really funny content, and I don't know, I probably sat there watching his shorts reel for like 45 minutes after he mentioned me. So that's my first shout out. My second shout out is faithfully one of my mods. My mods, Rolo, is always starting conversation with me and mentioning me and tagging me in his videos. And they're always really interesting, and they always visit subjects that I don't really talk about a lot. So this is what I want to talk to you about. It's a theory from Rolo. And oh, my dog is
Oh, look, he wants to go outside. He brought you his leash. Oh,
that's exactly, he's telling me, I know, baby. Okay.
he's like, get me out of this house before they do it to me next.
Yes, it's okay. So I gotta wrap this up, obviously, and I gotta go make a freaking lampshade, as I had to open by telling all of you for some reason. So anyway, this is my last theory, brought to you from Rolomoto 420. Go check out his channel. He was reviewing so it was from Molly, footage of Molly, but it was the Idaho Statesman version of Molly. And I don't know, you guys have to go look at it. He used a filter, so that's full disclosure. He's saying, you know, I used a filter to bring this out, so go check it out. It's really interesting, because on the pass where Molly sees Brian, the way that Rolo describes it, and you'll have to go check it out, it does look, I mean, he got me rewinding it like over and over again. It looks, by the way he's describing it, like she's facing the other way. So I'll just throw that out there. So if you look at it in slow speed, you throw a brightening filter on it, what it kind of does look like. And it should, the question I guess I would have for the chat is Molly wearing a headlamp that night?
I was wondering that too. Rolo's awesome. Meg or anybody in there, if you can have Rolo's link, could you drop it for me? I don't have it handy. If not, we'll get it. But yeah, I wondered that too, because it does look like she is kind of facing the other way, almost like she is communicating with the person in a car right there. And it does look like a headlamp. Something. It just, yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not sitting here. My position is always to look at, you know, to look at both sides, but my position is always to just be curious about things. It's not to criticize the investigation. It's not to contradict testimony. It's to be curious. And that sparked my interest. And so I just really wanted to bring it to your audience while we're discussing the case. So
yes, I do. I pointed out too on that video at the 350 mark when the car's leaving. It's by zooming in, it's a van. That's an SUV that's pulling out of there. Now that's not a car that they say was Brian's, but it's definitely an SUV because the handles are real close to each other. And my handles are like that because I have a van and you have a slide door. So the handles come up close to your first door. So I thought that was strange. And then Molly, everything Rolo pointed out about Molly, I thought was very interesting as well.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, I was just saying, just so many questions now that we have seen more. I just got more questions. It didn't answer anything for me. It just gave me more questions.
I mean, when it comes to Molly, and this is where it's a shame when you get a gap in your research, and I haven't read all the documents, but one thing that's throwing me off, because it requires me to, it requires me to go back. I need to go back, and I will for the audience. But my understanding is there is a contradiction to the public statement about how they came to know about the DoorDash driver or talk or interview with the DoorDash driver and what we heard, because I keep hearing that they found her through a pen trap trace. But then we hear that the DoorDash driver came forward. And then it's like, okay, well, if she didn't come forward, why? Like, I mean, even if it was she scared she was being interjected into a case? But I mean, it's a public safety issue for the greater, if you were there at that time of day, I don't know. It just seems so bizarre that if that's true, but I can't verify that. What do you know about that? There's been so much talk about that's how they located her.
I did hear that, the trap and chase, which to me made no sense, because if you knew there was a DoorDash delivery at that time through Ethan's account, don't you think they would have had her, went to DoorDash, figured out who she was? And why would they have to do a pen trap and trace on her? And why would she not come forward? Like, yeah, I agree. Like, so many questions, and it don't make sense. Now I seen Tonka said that she changed her testimony, which maybe she did. I don't see how she even seen Brian, to be honest. If she did, it had to be a complete, like, last minute passing, because if you watch the video, I don't see that she's seen him.
Yeah, I think that gets into a territory of the trial that I think we would have, I think it would have extended this case far beyond the 6 weeks to 3 months that was thought of, because if we get into testimony about this goes into what they allegedly used to find BK and put him at the scene of the crime. And if you go debating all these things, like, let's not, if Twiz is listening, let's not even get into Lewiston, right? Let's, Cy knows where BK was. That leaves 3,000 other people caught in that dragnet that are to be accounted for. You know what I mean? Like, it would drag. I feel like this trial would have been dragged out 6 months at that point, because you have to talk about the DoorDash driver, the validity, where she was, when she left, how long, not just, it's, I don't know. Every person on that street.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Now, Purple Freak Bake Queen, I like that name, said that she heard that Molly went into the store, placed the order, said it was for a friend. Which, it's interesting, because, we really haven't seen anything to prove the DoorDash. Like, they said that it was ordered off of Ethan's phone, but they've never showed it to prove it to us. So that is that's interesting.
They don't show us anything. I mean, I don't know how a case normally works. How does the public get access to an entire case file? I mean, I guess via FOIA request, but you can't, I don't know how this all works. Like, think about, like, the DNA results in themselves. Like, that information shall never be public. Like, they can't release things like that. They, and then when it comes to, like, lab results and ruling people out, what I would like to know, which would be really, I think the only way to do it is if somebody like you, or because I don't, I'm not cover this case or whatever, but if somebody like you or Brian Enton or whoever, like, interview fucking Brett Payne, sit him down, ask him, just ask him, like, when you were, what was it in the investigation that made you rule out the most obvious suspects, the men in these women's lives, the men that came into contact with them that night? How did you rule them out? Like, these are the questions I'd like to have, because at this point, if the record if it's not in the official record, the only way to find out is to talk to the people in the investigation. And it brings me back to this like standard procedure, or like what is the standard operating procedure for investigations? Now we know that, yeah, the interviews should all be recorded. It's beyond me to think that you would have some sort of like face-to-face interview just for liability reasons. I would think that camera would be on at all times in a situation like that. But the fact that you don't have that, like, I don't know, like, I just feel like in this, like, where's our standard procedures, like, in the future for other cases? Like, I don't know, how is a statement real or a fact real if it's not documented, if it's not, it's weird. And you go, like, you see, I brought up Mark Furman last time I was on Dago's live stream, and I brought up Mark Furman because he has ties to this case, and he has ties to another worldwide Merck case, which was the OJ case. And in that case, one of the grievances was he was the first officer on, one of the first officers on the scene. And he saw things and documented things, but they're in his head. You know what I mean? They weren't written, you know. Later he went back and he said, oh, this is in my notes. But like, my question is, if you're the first responding officer on the scene and you see blood spiral, pull down my shirt. If you're the officer on the scene, like, where's the, like, shouldn't we have like a procedure where you pull, if you see a blood spatter, pull out your iPhone and be like, you know, note, first, you know, sign of blood spatter, take a picture? Or do you just, you know, how does anybody enter into a homicide scene and not record every little thing that they see? Or is it just they gathering it in their head to think about it for later? I don't know, but like, it feels like there should be like some standard procedure every time you see a piece of evidence when you're walking into that scene.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%, because you see some of these reports. I mean, it happens on the 13th, and some of these people aren't writing the reports for, you know, 3, 4, 5, a week later. How are you remembering every little detail from, you know what I mean? I think it should have been documented from the moment they walked in there. And Payne, I think somebody needs to do an interview with him, because there's a lot of his stuff that don't add up. He says he didn't get to the crime scene till 4 o'clock, but I don't know if it was somebody, somebody's report. It was like 1:15 or 1:45. They show up and they note in their report Payne was there, and that was at 1:45. But Payne says that he don't get there till 4 o'clock. So there's just so many things, so many questions. And honestly, out of all of them, Payne would be the one I'd want to speak to the most, because it just don't add up. Like, how are people saying you're there when you're not? You're the only one that writes about the sheath 4 hours later. And not any other officer, first responding officer, did I see write about it.
Well, they wrote about it. They wrote about it in, I've seen it. I want to say it was in Blaker's PCA. Okay,
maybe.
But Payne makes it, the way that Payne presented it is that he saw it through in the past, and like the correction is actually no. It was the ISP officers who saw in the first round. And my thought is, and so for me, when I read these things, I don't, and this could be ignorance, you guys. You can set me straight in the chat. When I read these things, like the report was written 3 months later, or the report was written, I don't think that actually happened. Like, I mean, I don't think that's happened. Like, I assume, and this is probably, like I said, this could be my ignorance, but I'm assuming they have a personal computer or somewhere where they do their work, and the report was written as they go, and that's when they submitted the report. I don't think that it doesn't even pass the laugh test, I think, as a professional, to think that he went back in a murder trial and wrote the report 3 months later. I mean, I get what the argument, and that'd be outrageous, that'd be ridiculous, but it also doesn't make sense, right? To me. Like, I feel like he has to. So I don't know, like, you hear sometimes with these FOIA requests from the government, they'll be requesting people's emails, or they'll be requesting things, but you know, anything done on like a government laptop or something, And that's how they find out some of these things, because people don't have to release like their notes or their personal emails or their correspondences about something. They just release the final product 3 months later or 3 weeks later. Again, I could be wrong, but from the beginning, when I hear, oh, he wrote the report in March and the interview was done in like November, I never thought that he didn't write the report until March. I assumed he wrote it, and that's when he, you know, submitted the final draft. I don't know. You guys tell me. Am I wrong? Am I right? You tell me. But logically, no professional could wait 4 or 5 months to write a report about a homicide.
That's what I didn't understand either, because a lot of these reports that I've read are way longer than I ever thought it should have been before they wrote them up. I didn't understand their policy out there. I'm like you. I would think that, you know, this occurred. You went back. The one officer did. He was on scene, and that evening he wrote his report. His report is the one I go off of the most, because he would be the one that was the most accurate. Because anybody that's writing a report that's 5, 6 a week later, a month later, 2 months later, I don't see how that would be accurate at all. And I don't see how that's right. What's it say? No, you're right. I caught that too. Those things are dated by the system they use when you print it.
Oh,
Okay.
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Oh, and now I actually am officially going to sign off, because I do have to get back to my really intense art project. So
you had to finish deassembling the bodies in the next room.
something like that. I'm telling you guys though, if you ever go to like paint your room, like, okay, so I'm just gonna tell you, I'm matching paint, comforter, and you got to pull all the colors in. So you have a palette, and then, you know, you only get so many accent colors. And so you get everything right. And it takes a while to get the paint and, you know, to make it look nice, look like staged, like professional, right? But then you get to the freaking lamp, and lamps are so expensive. I'm just going to tell you, lighting is so expensive. And I just want like a really nice lamp. It's like, you know, something looks really nice in the room. Nothing matches the color palette. And so what I'm doing, just to, if you didn't catch it in the beginning, is I'm going to take one of the drapes, and I'm going to like cut it and make a lampshade out of it. And then I'm going to use the paint that they used on the trim, and I'm going to paint the lamp stand.
Well, you better show us when you get it faded, since you've told us all. Now we want to see the finished product. So
if you guys really want to see, I will definitely show you. I have the lamp right here that I'm redoing. If you guys want to see that, I'll show it to you. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Once Kiki's done, I'm going to pull up a couple of these documents. If you guys know of any that you'd like to go over, just tell me in the chat. I know number 487 and 488 is the one I'm going to go to first, but I'll check it out. I like that one.
Yeah, I do too. And like, but it's old. So like, it's kind of like losing its like look, like it's got like, it's blemished. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not that beautiful. So this was gonna get thrown in the trash, but I'm gonna paint it. And then I'm taking this lampshade, and I'm gonna take the drape that I have that matches the paint, and I'm gonna cut it. And I'm just gonna use a hot glue gun, you guys. I don't know what else to use, but I'm gonna use a hot glue gun, and it'll match the room.
It'll be beautiful when you're done, I'm sure.
All right, that's 5 minutes of your life you'll never get back, you guys.
Oh,
all right. No. I'm going to sign off. Chrissy, I love you very much. I just also want to say thank you to my mods, the ones I've seen a few of my mods in the live chat, and I'm just it just warms my heart to know that you guys found me today while I was live, or found Christy, but stop by and said hi in the live chat. I miss all of you guys. I've been trying to spend a little time in Discord, kind of removing myself from all the other noise and really focusing on my viewers and you guys who are so supportive of me. And so I just want to say I appreciate all the posts in Discord, keeping me up to date on the case. And lastly, to Christy's audience, I just can't thank you enough for giving me a warm welcome and inviting me on, or when Christy invites me on the live stream. And I just appreciate all of your positive energy. It's awesome. And I'm like frozen in this weird face.
No, you're good.
And yeah, I hope you hit that like button and subscribe to Christy. She works so hard for our community and for me too.
Well, we thank you for being here and joining us. You're the first that I have had on panel. I've only ever joined Trisha on hers. So you're the first I've had on, and I would love to have you back, because you are right. It is nice to have somebody on panel to back and forth with, because being alone, I feel like I'm talking to myself, and I don't get as much out as I do when I have somebody on panel. So I really enjoyed having you. So I hope you will come back and join us again. And make sure you all go and subscribe to Swamp's channel if you haven't already. I did post a link, and I'll post it again for you. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, you guys. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Okay, guys. That was fun. I enjoyed having Kiki so much. She's the one who got me started in all this. I found her channel and modded for her all this time, and then decided to start doing my own here. But she did bring up some really good points. And Tonka, where's your comment? I wonder if that flash and bang was caused by somebody pulling a golf club out of the bag and brushing the overhead light in the spare room. See, I thought of that too. I thought maybe the boom, and then that was something in that spare room. I have thought of that one. I didn't think of the golf club part of it. That is kind of interesting. But I'm going to pull up this one doc that I feel was really interesting to go over. Let's see. Oh, of course not. Hold up. Let me get it up. Now, present. Oh my. Wait a minute. I gotta present this. Okay. Let me go back to it now. We're gonna go to, what did I say? 487. Okay. As you can see, I went through all 556 of these. And crazy. It's just crazy to me. If you know of any that you want to go through, let me know. Okay. I have 487. This is 488, 487. Okay. Oh, quit it. Okay. Okay, is this the one? Through all the witnesses. All this, okay. Okay, this one is interviewed people regarding the tip that had come in regarding information for the Moscow citizen named blank. Blank contacted law enforcement to provide a tip about a woman named blank, 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 blank. I hate these blanks. Was a man she worked with at the blank in Moscow told her a story he had heard from blank about a man blank had met prior to the homicide who might be the unaliver. Blank forwarded a picture of a typewritten statement dated November 17, 2022. Blank had made regarding her memory of the conversation with the man. A scan of the written statement has been placed on a disk. Yeah. We don't get them though. In this written statement, blank writes about a conversation she had with a stranger between 3 weeks and 2 months ago prior in the front of blank business named. Sorry, I can't see chat. So if you're just saying anything, sorry. Okay, business name blank. Described the man as a big guy, tall and burly with a reddish brown hair. I thought that stood out because didn't Molly say the car was driving was a guy that was reddish blonde hair? Well, this is reddish brown hair, but same pretty much. Blank said the man had purchased a soda from the vending machine in front of her business, and that was there the conversation took place. Blank writes that the man said he was homeless, living out of his van, and he had recently been parked in front of the blank, and police had told him to park somewhere else. Blank, sorry. Blank wrote the man said he had been accused of shoplifting from the blank that morning. He wrote the man talked about a knife he had, how sharp it was, and that she would be surprised how many it would and could take out in a short time. Blank wrote the man that talked about a sorority girl who worked at a restaurant downtown who had snubbed him and that she would regret it. Blank further wrote the man said he knew the girl lived on the other side of the university to the south. I don't know about you guys, but even just that right there, I don't get. I don't get, they don't investigate, because then they go into saying like, oh, well, we already had our suspect, end of story. Well, it shouldn't be end of story. This guy right here, like, come on. Blank agreed to an interview and came to the Moscow Police Department. Blank recounted verbally what she wrote in her written statement. Blank advised she had narrowed down the day she met the stranger as being October 18th, plus or minus a couple days. In the attempt to identify the person Blank claims to have spoken with, we conducted numerous interviews with people associated with the blank, to include long blank and blank. We query Moscow Police Department records regarding the report contact with the man in his van at the blank. Through conversation with the blank people, as well as Moscow Police Department records, an occupant of the van was identified as blank. Blank was well known to the law enforcement and was contacted in this case. When showed a photo of blank, blank said that was not the man she reported talking to in front of her business. We also interviewed several people associated with the blank, including blank, manager blank, and the manager blank. None were aware of a shoplifting complaint as described by the stranger in the blank statement. Blank had mentioned she had struggled, or she has suggested to the stranger that he contact the blank next to her in search for a job. He interviewed blank, the owner of blank, said he had never met the stranger, but had heard about him from blank. All of these interviews were recorded as audio. The audio was placed on a disc, blah, blah, blah. Blank advised there were security cameras showing the front of her business, but they were not working during the time she believed she talked to the stranger. Ultimately, we were unable to obtain copies of the video. Excuse me. Layton County Department of Motor Vehicles was located across the street from the blank. One of the cameras covered the front of the blank, where blank claimed the contact with the stranger occurred. After reviewing 11 days of daytime footage from the camera, we found no footage having the conversation with the man in front of the business. Blank continued to contact me on numerous occasions, both via text as well as voicemails, advising us of additional information she recalled. I have placed the text and received on a disc, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. What do you guys think? I think that's really a strange... I mean, there's a lot of them in here. Sorry. I got to have my phone running so I can see chat. I didn't turn it down. Now I did. But, yes, this is the exact type of person that would actually commit the type of crime. Thank you, Tonka. That is exactly my thought. That's why this one stood out to me the most. There's another one or two in here that kind of are like this too. But, come on. Now they were never able to find this person, to contact this person, to follow up with it. Like, I don't know. They sure the hell can find everybody else, can't they? Like, I just don't, I don't get that part of it. What is this one? I had this one marked too. No, they didn't. What is this one? I'm trying to see which one it is before I start reading it, because some of them are. On March 2nd, 2023, Detective Howe and I conducted an interview with blank at blank Pullman, Washington. Blank is a blank at WSU, and Brian Koberger was her blank during the fall. The following is a summary of the interview. She attended blank criminal justice class during the fall 2022 semester. Koberger was blank for the course. She liked the course and met Koberger that first week. She met Koberger once in the office over her work on a brief. She gave suggestions. She didn't like the feedback he was giving. Koberger came off as a smart, but quite as off. He seemed kind of smart, not weird, just off. She believes he only showed up in class twice. Aha, Tonka, you read my mind. I didn't really want to say because I wasn't sure if everybody knew who BK Norton was, but I have thought that one too. I have. Okay. He was really interested in just going behind. Apparently 20 students attended the class. Okay, that's not the one. Which one? There's a couple other good ones. Like I said, this one. Tell me that this one I thought was, I think it's this one. Okay. Best advised he had received info from blank at blank. Blank related that he had received a phone call from blank, 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 and said blank. Sounded drunk. Blank lived at blank in Moscow. This address is approximately 350 feet from the house where the homicides occurred. Blank advised his uncle used to work for the AFT and that he had his uncle's AFT hat and jacket. Blank said he put on his hat and jacket and walked into the crime scene when the bodies were being removed. Blank said he had walked into the crime scene and observed the blood, every evidence. Blank said he spoke to Moscow police officer named Blank. Blank is not a PD officer. He was a recruit, but didn't make it off FTO. Blank said Blank wanted to search his house, but said that he would not give that consent and said Blank would have to talk to the landlord. Blank said he described the crime scene as shooting a deer inside of an apartment building. Well, that's kind of a strange description to something that, you know, we have seen very little of, but Blank further told Blank that he was outside of his home getting ready for a hunting trip when he heard a car starting up at approximately 3:45 on the morning of the homicide. He saw a car come from the area of the unalivings and drove past his house. He had no vehicle description other than it was a car. Blank told Blank that all the victims were double tapped in the house. What does that mean? He made no mention of anyone being stabbed. Blank described a red trail in the house that led towards the bathroom, but that he didn't make it. Described a blood trail in the house that led towards the bathroom, but that he didn't make it. Okay. Blank said he went hunting that day near Deary with a man named Blank Blank. Said there were reported near his house setting up to shoot a video that one of the reporters had backed into his vehicle. The interview was recorded, placed on a disc. And I thought that one was kind of a strange one too, that he put on his uncle's ATF hat and jacket and just walked into a scene. Like, okay. I don't know. It's hard to see chat. I'm still trying to read it. Thank you all for being here. Make sure you hit the like for me. Let me look here. This is 491. Okay, we'll go to Idaho State Police Detective Sergeant Michael Van. I Levin, I don't know how to say his last name, interviewed blank blank at the Moscow police regarding his observation of the suspicious person at the Moscow blank that occurred prior to the unalivings. Blank was accomplished by his mother blank blank. Blank describes seeing a suspicious white male standing near the self-checkout area in the Moscow blank, staring at a man and a woman, though might have been unalived victims Xana and Ethan. He heard a car start at 3:45. That wouldn't be about the time I think the real perps were leaving. Yeah. Okay. He thought maybe it was Xana and Ethan. Blank said the suspicious male was approximately 5'11", not overweight, with brown hair, in his mid-50s, wearing clean clothes with no coat. She said he maybe had facial hair, maybe he had glasses. Blank said he was creepy, staring at them. She described the man's appearance as being outdated. She said she thought this may have occurred during the end of October to the weekend of the unalivings. She said she thought she may have seen the same man within a few days driving a white pickup near Dollar General. Okay, that wasn't. He drew a sketch of the self-checkout area where she was standing in relations to the couple, the suspicious man. I later transferred the sketch to the Moscow department. Okay. On November 30th, interviewed blank blank at the sorority house in Moscow. Homicide victim Maddie Mogan, Xana were both members of the blank sorority. The purpose of this interview with blank was for her to go through the blank member roster and identify other members that were partially close with Mogan and produce of conduct. Okay, none of this was okay. We got to go to. If you heard that big bang, I don't know what it was. My cats were in zombie mode and they're whipping around the house right now and they just wiped something out. Sorry. Okay, regarding her concern at the apartment complex where she lived, could be responsible for the unalivings. What is this? 497. Did I write that one? No. Just trying to see which this one was, if it was worth the reading, or I don't know if you guys even, if you got through them all, if you read them all. Okay. Interview blank blank regarding her concern that blank blank at the apartment complex where she lived could be responsible. The apartment complex was known as the blank and was located off blank. Blank advised blank told her he knew the victims, Kaylee and Maddie. Blank said blank's wife worked at a blank. Blank said she saw that blank had a bandage on his right hand and told her he cut it during a woodwork incident. This interview was auto-recorded. On December 2nd, Alderson and I contacted blank at his office at the apartment complex. Despite being considered a person of interest in the unaliving investigation, blank was cooperative and friendly through our interview. Blank told us he had an accident with a table saw on November 9th or the 16th, and he was treated at the hospital. Wife then called later to confirm. She signed a release. For purpose of alibi, said at the time he was asleep at the home located at blank in Moscow. She showed me pictures of his phone and security the night of the homicide. Okay. I asked for DNA. They gave it to it. 409. My next one I have marked as 504, but trying to skip through because they were all interesting, and in all reality, they were pretty much all interesting. Okay. these were interviews because these are the people that they got from the roster that they found that were close to the victims. So they had to go and interview them. That's what all this is right there. Again, this is the same thing. Homicide victim Ethan was a member of blank fraternity. The purpose of this interview with blank was for him to go through the blank member roster and identify members that were periodically close with Chapin for the purpose of conducting substantial victim. Okay, we asked the former roommates to do big brother, little brother. So this is all of them. Ethan's like big brothers, little brothers, welcome, whatever all the colleges do. I don't know. Okay. 405. Come on. This one was kind of interesting. This is number 505. On December 3rd, 2022, FBI agent, Zach Owinski, Zaka. I don't know. The Idaho State Police interviewed was Big Brother with Big Little Day. Okay. Interviewed blank at the Idaho State Police District, one office in Coeur d'Alene. Blank was known to us as the unalived victim Maddie Mogan's ex-boyfriend. Tonka's always on it, right? I love it. Tonka throws stuff at me that I have to sit here and scratch my head for 10 minutes like, where do you think of that from? Anyhow, as an ex-boyfriend of one of the victims, Blank was considered a person of interest in the investigation. I called Blank and asked him to come to the office for an interview. Blank agreed and came directly. His call throughout was recorded. Blank agreed to provide DNA, which I took a buccal swab. Blank also consulted to have his phone downloaded. This was done during the course of the interview. Blank telephone number signed to consent. I later transferred the buccal. Okay. I examined his arms. He did not observe any marks. This ain't the one I was thinking it was. Blank said at the time of the unalivings, he was asleep at his residence located at blank Cedar Core. Oh my God. Blank said he had a roommate named Blank. I'm tired of saying blank. Holy smoke. So I just wish I had some of these names. Some of them I can fill in, but some of them I can't. He said Blank's telephone number was blank. Blank said he did not remember whether his roommate was at the apartment that night. Blank said he had worked the 12th. He said he went to lunch with family members. He was unclear of what happened until somebody called him. Okay, that ain't the one I wanted. This right here I thought was interesting because they went around and they asked all the hospitals in the area to give them a list of anybody that would have came in with knife wounds. And most of them, they didn't have any. Most of them, besides the one. I find it odd that Cuton Health Provider had a list of 77 patients treated for sharp objects, lacerations, and puncture wounds, while all the other providers advised no treatment, no wounds. Isn't that kind of like, Moscow and all their reports, but no reports? They got no wounds, I guess. I think this was the guy that, he said he lived in Texas and he was back just for a weekend. Take part of I'm trying to look at my list to see which ones. 515. 515. This was the guy that lived in the travel trailer, they all came. It was a bunch of them with kids, and they came, stayed in the travel trailer. Nothing really unusual with that one. because the guy was friends with Mogan, came, tried to hang out with her. There's nothing good on that one. What did I say? It was 5:15. Yeah, so he traveled there that night for the football game, so that one was nothing. This is 5:11. Oh, okay. I think this is the one. Okay, they interviewed blank at the Ohio. Good grief. Idaho State's Department office. Blank has been friends with Xana since blank described his friendship with Canoodle as being as his friend group and not one that was romantic. He said the last seen Canoodle at the Halloween party hosted by blank fraternity at the home down the hill from the fraternity, and said he's not contacted Canoodle since he met Ethan. Okay, so that one was nothing. I want to get to the 5:15. This is 5:14. They usually run together. Let's see. On November 13th, Moscow requested Idaho Investigative to assist with multiple. Okay, was assigned to lead detective to request the defense counsel, Cooten County, and Taylor collect multiple items at the residence. I was present when that happened. A complete final walkthrough. Now, this final walkthrough was really, February 6th. Okay. Okay, they collected clothes from the laundry room, swabbed various stains from throughout the residence. Wall sections and floor from Canoodle and Mogan's room contained various stains. I photographed the items he collected. So they cut out, wall section flooring. So that does explain that part in Maddie's room that we always seen that had the hole, but nobody ever said anything about it. Right here. They also took a piece of flooring from Santa's room. Had various stains. I thought that one was kind of a strange one too, that it took. What other one? I'm trying to look. Since I'm at the 500s, I'll try to stick right up in here right now. We'll just keep skipping through here. And most of them are, it's hard because of the blank for everything to even get it together, but assigned a lead investigator on March 9th, 2023. I processed Koberger's 2015 Elantra for additional evidence at the MPD evidence garage. All items collected were turned over. Baker Payne and I processed Koberger's Elantra for additional evidence. The vehicle was secured inside the garage. I photographed the items. One was turn signal and wiper activator for steering column, gear shift and boot from the center console. These items were turned in. Oh, well, good for that. Yes, Tonka, you're right. Okay, what are these ones? These are, let's read this. Idaho Federal Bureau Task received several tips and contacts on attempted contact with several subjects. During this time, Brian was identified as a suspect predator and arrested. The following tips were evaluated. Contact was attempted with the subjects and successful with some. That's what get me. So you see all these numbers right here, all these serial numbers, and that are tips, that they have to go through still. But as you see, they say they got Brian at this point, right? So they don't really, they say they follow up with these people, but there are a few in here that don't answer and they just never get in contact with them, which I thought was Strange. I reviewed several tips. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. Things come out of my mouth that maybe they shouldn't at times. I reviewed several tips in attempted contact with several subjects. Okay, again, it says he was identified. All these were per tip information. Multiple report parties. RP believe blank and blank and blank should be looked at as possible suspects due to prior online activity. February 28, 23, I contacted blank by phone. He advised me he was studying abroad in Spain, but was willing to meet with me and FBI agents in Spain for an interview. Several days later, I was contacted by blank's mother, who advised me, June. So he could have his attorney present. Multiple unsuccessful attempts were made to contact blank during that time, Koberger was identified. So I take it they just dropped it because he was identified. So let's just let it go. Exactly. You're right. It does. As soon as they had Brian, and you can see that in reading these things, the moment they had Brian, it's like all these other 500 tips were just nothing, because if they don't answer and they don't contact them back, they don't do anything about it. It says it in these, like they do nothing about it. And I don't get it. This one was the interesting one, I think. I think they're all interesting, but per tip, RP believed two brothers from the blank in their, families who were alleged blank at the university should be looked into as possible suspects due to the alleged conversation heard at a California campsite before the unalivings. On February 6th, 23, I contacted blank and the blank regarding tip information. Blank advised a blank family has been at the resort at the reported time. Blank advised she'd provide the blank family my contact info and pass on my request. February 28, 23, I contacted the staff at the U of I and inquired about the resist of being enrolled student brothers from the blank family. At the time of the report, I have not received any information from U of I. It is lazy. I will agree with you. Yeah. So I don't know what family this is that they, have it in the parentheses like that, blank family. But as you can see, they don't contact them back, and that's the end. There's nothing else. Okay, well, they don't talk back, so heck with it, which I don't understand. Okay, this is a running report. Okay, Idaho, along with Barnett, conducted a phone interview with blank, stated that he is a next-door neighbor of the victims. Blank stated he was in slight altercation with a kid named blank at the Corner Club bar earlier in the spring. Blank provided us with the name of blank, who was his roommate. This incident can be closed. See what I mean? Everything just closes. You got a tip, but you did nothing about it. The state investigation conducted a phone interview with blank, stated that during the summer semester he had an altercation with blank at the Corner Club bar. Blank stated that blank told him that he was going to knock him out. Blank stated that blank was really drunk that night and had no further contact with him. This incident can be closed. You see how they're ending it? Yeah. Well, thank you, Scott. My reading ain't the best. I know. Especially with my anxiety, I start freaking. So that's why I kind of stop and talk for a minute. So bear with me. For anybody who suffers from anxiety and that, going on and doing something like this, it's a big step for me. But I'm doing it. Okay, cool. That's who I kind of wondered if that's who that was or not. Okay, lead number 413, December 3rd. Conducted a phone interview with blank. Blank stated that she talked to Detective Lake on Tuesday after the incident happened. Blank stated she called in a tip on blank, who she went to college with. Blank stated that blank is violent against women. Blank stated that during a Halloween party in 2020, had her friend's hair pulled by blank. Blank stated that she has heard blank talk bad about women. Blank stated that she has been blank fight with other males. Blank stated that in August of 22, there's a group chat going on that blank stated that Maddie and him blanked. Blank stated that blank got mad during the chat and called Maddie the B word. This incident can be closed. Do you see just how it closes? Like it's just, okay, we'll be done. Hi, Stormy. Anybody else that joined that I haven't seen and said hi to? I appreciate every one of you. Please make sure you hit the like, subscribe, share, whatever. Try to get me going here. This one. This one. Let's see what it is. Okay, interviewed blank at the police regarding his interaction with Brian. Was that blank was identified as which I'm going to probably say, I mean, that's a really long area that's blanked out, but I'm going to probably say some kind of professor or something, but Love Tina, I'm not sure. It wasn't the B word mentioned when it was regarding the stalker. On that part I just read, it was the guy that was fighting with everybody and got mad and I guess made up stuff. I don't know. And he called her that. Hi, Donna. I see somebody saying hi to Donna. I don't see you, but hi. Okay, anyhow. Blank interview regarding his interactions with Brian and was identified as whatever blank. That's a long blank. And coworker as a teacher assistant, TA for one of his classes. Blank was enrolled in following the service of a search warrant on WSU. The search warrant was part of an ongoing investigation. On April 18th at about 3:15, and I interviewed blank regarding interactions with Koberger. Listen to the auto recording for full details. On the first semester of 22, he was enrolled in blank criminal justice course, and Koberger was a TA for this course. He had very few interactions with Koberger. Koberger was present the first or second day of the course to introduce himself, but was absent the majority of the time. He only remembered 2 notable interactions with Koberger. The first time he was when he met with blank following an absence due to an unexpected family death. During that meeting, Koberger was in the room but didn't say anything, which he thought was strange. The second time was during a Zoom meeting, which they all joined. I know this one. Brian joined, but he didn't say anything. He didn't show himself, nothing. He didn't have any personal first-hand information to provide. His impression of Koberger was that Koberger was standoffish, a bit odd, and just weird. Well, that could describe a lot of us, I would say. At least me, anyhow. Okay. Moscow blank is a student at Washington. Koberger was her TA in her blank class. I spoke with blank at MPD in reference to Koberger being her TA in her blank class at blank provided the following information during our interview and later emailed screenshots between her and Koberger. Koberger was only in class every few weeks and sometimes only for half a class. He never seemed to talk or communicate with any of the students in his class. Koberger will sit in the back of the class near where she would sit. Koberger was always seemed to be staring at her when she would look up. Koberger graded harshly and gave her a C in a class. She stated, "I don't get C's." Later, her professor changed it to an A, agreeing with her that he graded unfairly. Before talking with blank, she emailed Koberger concerning her grade. She stated his comment was, "Sucks for you. You don't know what you're doing." Wow. Wow. She felt at the time Koberger would potentially leave the class at the same time to follow her out to her car. March 3rd, 23 shared screenshots of the email between her and Brian. They transferred it to a disk, blah, blah, blah. Okay, this one is they interviewed blank security cam footage in Moscow. Sucks for you. Wow, right? I mean, that's what he said. I thought, damn. Okay. Reviewed blank security cam footage. Oh, you mean BK Norton? Yeah. Yep. Okay, security footage in Moscow. A tip was received that Kaylee had a stalker on October 14th. 2 males were later identified. Okay, hold up. Okay, received Kaylee had a stalker. 2 men were later identified. Okay, on November 23rd, at approximately 10 a.m., ISP reviewed security cam footage from blank in their security room. A tip had been received that Gonzalez had reported to her father, blank, that someone was following her while she was shopping at blank on October 14th. The footage we reviewed was dated October 14th, 2022. During the review of the footage, Gonzalez was seen entering blank at 7:24 p.m. As she entered, she passes 2 males. You can see them stare at her as she walks past. The 2 males were later identified as blank and blank. Gonzalez walked directly to the alcohol cooler and picked up a case of White Claw. After picking up the White Claw, Gonzalez walked to the self-checkout. Blank sees her walk past him, immediately starts to follow him while he's checking out the register, stands back and watches her. Gonzalez finished checking out. She leaves the store, walks to her vehicle, which is parked in the front far east parking lot along Farm Road. Blank follows Gonzalez to her car, but doesn't make any contact. He turns and walks back inside blank and meets up with blank. Blank and blank finish their shopping checkout, and as they walked to the exit, they passed the self-checkout register. Both stared at an unknown female checking out. Blank walked outside, stands next to the pillar in front of blank. As blank pushes their grocery cart to their vehicle, which is a blank. Once the unknown vehicle exits blank and walks past blank, you can see him starting to follow her. She seems to be aware he is following her and does a loop past her vehicle and then walks towards the vehicle she came in. Blank did not appear to make contact with her and continued walking. Well, I mean, I understand they're college kids and they're boys and maybe she, they good looking girl and that, but you're acting like a creeper. I'm sorry, if some dude followed me around like that and then finally came up to my car and said, "Hey, how are you? Can I have your number?" I think I'm going to be like, no, you're creepy because you just followed me out to my car instead of saying hi to me in the store. Weird. He was identified, his friend, as blank. He and blank will go grocery shopping at blank together. Okay, so that's nothing. I showed blank a clip from the security camera of him following Kaylee out to the car. Blank agreed that was him. Agreed following her out of the store to try to talk to her to get her number. He was unaware of who she was, and according to him, he did not talk to her. The reason he followed her outside instead of contacting her inside the store is that he gets embarrassed easily and did not want to be around his peers in case he got turned down. Blank stated that after checking out that same evening, he saw another woman he wanted to talk to that was checking out in the self-checkout line. He waited outside by the pillars in front of blank entrance until she walked out. He approached her and asked if she would like to talk, and she turned him down. See? I'm not the only woman that says that because that's just weird. He is unaware of the homicides that occurred until late afternoon on the 13th at 1 p.m. after he saw an email from the university. Blank denied knowing any of the students and had only seen them from when a GoFundMe account was sent out to all the students. The night of the homicides, he stated he was in his room. Okay. You were in your room. Exactly. He's not embarrassed. He's a creeper. That's a creeper. I don't know. Okay, let's see what this one is. Okay, blank, 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 blank was interviewed as a person of interest. And on December 11th, blank was arrested for unlawful entry by Moscow PD when he entered his girlfriend, blank, 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 former resident, when the current resident, blank, 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 was not home. Sorry, that was probably loud. I have it turned down, so I don't know why. I have no volume. Yeah. I agree, Meg. Me too. Me too. Anyhow, he entered his girlfriend's former residence and was not home. The interview took place in the parking lot of blank. Approximately January 13th of 22, approximately 11:44 a.m., Adams and I interviewed blank. The interview took place inside my vehicle in a parking lot of blank in Moscow. This is the summary of the interview. Entered blank former apartment off blank in Moscow when the current tenant blank was not home. The intention was to receive a dresser he bought for blank that she had left in the apartment when she moved out. Was drinking at John's Alley Tavern on November 13th. Stayed until 2 a.m., then drove home. Blank, where he lives with his father. Went to work at blank later that morning at 9 a.m. Blank agreed to provide DNA while wearing gloves. Okay. Collected another one. He went into his girlfriend's ex-apartment. Oh my goodness, some people's kids. Oh, why would you do that? Okay, this is 5:29. I don't have anything really marked on this one. This is just getting stuff from the room. Taylor requested MPT and retained multiple items from blank and blank room in spare bedroom located at 1122. Blank was blank of Gonzalez modes and Canoodle and blank at the time of the unalivings. Retained the following items. Handwritten note. Pink and white colored blanket with red hearts. Pink and white colored cloth. Black and white colored Van shoes. Red and white colored shoes, unknown brand. Black and white Converse, black and white Adidas short sleeve shirt, green and pink colored coat. Tested the items with the blue star of MPD evidence storage. The pink and white colored blanket and green and pink colored tested presumed for blood. So they had it on there. Huh. Okay. Okay. On November 27th, approximately 4:30, I received an email from the ISP titled ISP Contact Statewide 22. The email content data regarding ISP contact with Honda Elantra car in 2022. Okay. 4th, approximately 1:08, my request, RCO, Conrad sent email plates and plate reader, FBI analyst, the email, okay, nothing. More plate reader info on November 13th. Received access to the Idaho's SWET data pertain to all vehicles contacted by law. I forwarded it. Okay, none of this is anything. Yeah, sorry. That was just a guy being a creeper. And the fact that he did it to like multiple people, I thought was weird too. But I guess they're young college kids. Maybe they do things different now. I don't know. But that's not how you approach a woman. Any man out there listening to me right now, do not sit there and stare at the woman and follow her through the store and then out to the car to get her attention, because you're probably going to get told no. Just saying. Just a little FYI for you. Okay, what is this one? What is this one? What is this one? Where's it? Okay. Okay. Based upon processing the crime scene and evidence, investigators believe Koberger drove to the area, parked at the back of the residence. There is a paved parking lot directly to the south that overlooks the back of the residence. Koberger most likely entered the residence through the sliding glass door located on the second floor and rear of the residence, and then proceeded as following. Okay, this is another thing that gets me. I believe I read prior to this. I do not think it's ahead of this. I believe it's back in there, where, isn't it Dylan that talks about them entering the sliding glass door up on Kaylee's floor? She does a big thing where she talks about, the hill and hard to get up there. Or I forget how she said it, but I thought that was strange. Now they're saying entering the sliding glass door on the second floor. After entering through the sliding glass door, Koberger walked through the kitchen area into a set of stairs that led up to the third floor. Koberger then went up the stairs to the third floor. At the top of the stairs and directly to the left side of the door, which was Gonzalez's bedroom, and to the right is a short hallway that ended into a bathroom and another door to Mogan's bedroom. Most likely, Koberger checked Gonzalez's bedroom, saw it was empty, and then moved on to Mogan's bedroom, where he believed both Gonzalez and Mogan were asleep in Mogan's bed. Koberger unalived both of them in the bed. Now, another thing I'm going to say about this, they keep saying that they think he went up and opened Kaylee's door and checked it, and nobody was there, and moved to Maddie's room. If that was the case, why did he not check the door that was straight in front of him when he walked in on the kitchen? If he's checking doors for people, you would think he would check Dylan's door that's right in front of him. So I don't fully believe that he checked. I don't know why they think he checked her room. If his target was Maddie, whoever's target was Maddie, they wouldn't be checking other doors. You know what I mean? And I don't know. I think that part's kind of strange that they think he checked her room, but maybe whatever. I don't know. Koberger most likely went back down the stairs, walked through the second floor living room, and then down the hallway, which ended at Knudel's bedroom. Based on the evidence, Knudel was initially attacked just inside the bedroom near the entrance. Knudel fought the suspect in the bedroom area and was ultimately unalived on the floor of the bedroom next to the bed. Chapin, who we believe was asleep, was unalived on the bed. Okay, trying to read your comments. I wondered because remember when the cops went around back and Hunter was up on the balcony looking like he was messing with the door handle. Was he fixing it or not? Good question, Love Tina. Whatever happened about the hand-drawn map of the house they found outside? Very good question, Donna, because I don't know that we have heard any more about that, honestly. Yeah. I can't see trapping myself on the upper floor with multiple people in a way of the only exit. See, that's what I always thought, too. I don't know. I always really thought that Dana and Ethan was first, just because I think he entered at the time of the DoorDash being done or whatever. But now hearing about the running up and down the steps and everything else, I don't know. Because I honestly always thought that he went there, went upstairs, maybe Kaylee come down, seen him, yelled, somebody's here, ran back upstairs, ran over to Maddie's room to get her, like, Maddie, get up, somebody's here. Like, so, in a panic when he then was done with that room and then, went upstairs and got them and then would have just went out that slider and out of the house, because you're trapped up there. He literally took himself to the farthest point, and it doesn't make sense. Yes, I do believe. Tonka says I think Ethan was first in an entirely separate incident. I do think that too, but we won't get into that. We'll keep reading. Okay. Coburger left the bedroom area, walked back down the hallway, passed through the living room, kitchen, exit through the sliding door, leaving. Sorry. Left my sliding glass door, leaving the door partially open. Coburger then walked back to his vehicle and drove away from the area. Assisted with the time run. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this time run cracks me up. Wait till we read this one, right? Okay. Walks through the residence with me calling out the number of strikes. Now, these two are, Payne and the other guy, are going to go through this, and they're going to reenact this to get their time, to see how long it takes. Okay, so remember that. They're trying to time this out. I conducted 2 time runs. The first being a quickest possible run, and the second a slower. During the first trial run, I began at the rear of the residence, and I came through the sliding glass door. I then quickly moved through the kitchen and up the stairs. I looked into the bedroom to the left and then moved down the hallway into Mogan's room. I simulated the number of strikes that were inflicted upon Mogan and Gonzalez. Talbot counted and kept track in the attempt to recreate the movements and motions believed to have occurred based on the evidence collected in the autopsy. I moved out of the bedroom, down the stairs, through the living room, down the hallway, into Canoodle's room. Again, with the assistance of Talbot. I simulated the number of strikes that were inflicted upon Canoodle and Chapin. I then exited back down the hallway, through the living room, through the kitchen, out the sliding glass door. Payne reported the approximate time. Listen to this. 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go in there and do that. Blows my mind. Even this second run. On the second run, they slow it down. I followed the same path through the residence, but at a much slower pace. I, again, entered through the sliding glass door, opened it slowly to make no noise. While doing so, I then walked as quickly as I could through the kitchen and up the stairs, attempting to make no noise. I looked into the first room and slowly moved down the hallway into Mogan's room. Talbot counted and kept track again as I recreated the movements and motions believed to have occurred inside the bedroom. I exit the bedroom, moving back down the stairs, through the living room, down the hallway, into Canoodle's bedroom. The movement to Canoodle's bedroom was slower than the first run, but still somewhat quick. I again simulated the movements and motions that took place inside Canoodle's bedroom. I then exited back down the hallway, through the living room, through the kitchen, out the sliding glass door. Approximate time, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Exactly, Tonka. So if it really happened the way Payne's redoing it, we don't know that this is how it exactly went down. You know what I mean? And I get it. They're going through and they're doing the movements, but you don't have, we know of 2 people fighting you either right now. So you're going in and you're doing this. Fine. You're getting the roundabout time, but in all reality, you're still not, you don't got Kaylee fighting you right now. You ain't got Xana meeting you at her door and causing you problems too. You know what I mean? So love Tina, right? Exactly, Donna. That's my point. He's doing the movement for, you know, the 30 some strikes or 20 some strikes or whatever, you know, the count was on these poor kids, but you're not counting for the time of the fight either. We additionally walked through similar path with Koberger may have possibly taken from the vehicle to the back of the residence. The shortest and most direct path going from parking lot, moving east to west along the back of the house took approximately 30 seconds. A second path, starting at the southern edge of the property and walking a fence line through some trees and moving in a south to north direction towards the back of the house, took approximately 1 minute. The time to make the same two paths at a running pace were approximately 6 and 7 seconds for a short path to 10 to 12 seconds for a longer path. The time running reveals that it was possible for Koberger to have carried out the unalives in a few as 2 minutes and 6 seconds, going to a fast pace on a short route to the vehicle, or as much as 3 minutes in 45 seconds, going at a slower pace on the longer route of the vehicle. Isn't that strange? That they went down along the fencing in between the houses. They walked down along that. Isn't that where a footprint was also found? Heading like towards them, like 1112 house, like that way. Okay, where are we at? What do you guys think of that? Do you really think that that's the time period? Do you really? I mean, I can get some of it. Yeah, I know it's not going to take real long. It really isn't. Especially, you know, trigger warning, not to be graphic, not that, you know, anything like that. But if his first strike or two is the chest area, I mean, you are making it hard. But we do know two people fought. We know two fought really hard. Really hard. So, I don't know. I think the timing would have been a little longer. And why didn't they do it backwards? I would love to see them do the reenactment, but let's go in and go to Xana and Ethan first, then go upstairs. I'm just curious. I mean, I guess it's going to be about the same amount of time, but when Payne wrote the warrant in Pennsylvania, the way he described how to access the phone of a deceased individual using barometric shows that the way he thinks. Yeah. Yep. Okay. What is this? I turned the evidence over. Met with the security manager at blank located at blank in the city of Moscow. Digital evidence was downloaded from their security camera. I turned the evidence over to the team on November 20th. Met with the manager from blank located at blank. Jeez, oh man, blank. Digital evidence was downloaded from their security camera. I turned the evidence over. Now, okay, so these must be all the cameras. Okay, I get it. So these are all the security cameras, which obviously I don't know where they're all at, but blank with blank, located at blank, and they're not even kind of giving me an idea that we could even guess on these ones, at least not me anyhow. My brain ain't working that much today. The shift manager of the blank located at blank. Digital evidence was downloaded. There was a couple good ones. Okay, this one took place over the phone on November 18th at approximately 6:23 p.m. and I interviewed blank over the phone. Blank provided the following information. Blank lives with his girlfriend who is a blank. Long blank. Should I go blank? She went to bed early. She stayed up until about 2 a.m. playing video games. Wait a minute. Oh, she went to bed early. He stayed up until 2:30 a.m. playing video games, working on homework. I'd like to know who this is. After going to bed, he had been asleep for approximately an hour when he was awoken by a vehicle with his loud exhaust speeding away down the street past his house. He assumed it was a white Audi that parked near his house quite frequently and has a loud aftermarket exhaust. The Audi normally parks near the cul-de-sac on the end of King Road. Excuse me. He believed it would have occurred between 3 and 4:30. He was unsure since he didn't check the clock. After the vehicle traveled past his home, he believed the vehicle turned onto Taylor Avenue, going east by the way the south of the sound of the vehicle was coming from, by the way the sound of the vehicle was coming from. Okay. What next one do I have? 540 is my next one marked, and it's Steve and Brat's messages. But let's see. FBI team completed multiple 3D scans and photographs of the residence surrounding area prior to members entering the residence. Completed a walkthrough. I confirmed the residence was structured and the same as it was on November 13th. At the request of OPU, I downloaded a copy of the .3D scan I completed on November 13th. Okay. Oh, Kathy, thank you for being here. I'm not like you. I don't know these documents or legal terms, so I come to you for that. But I like going through these. There's some interesting things, a lot, like there really is. What is this? Okay, this is the walkthrough. What is this? Okay, received emails, alleged violation of Idaho grand jury rules about the case against Koberger. Oh, okay, this is going to lead into Steve's messages, I believe. The court sent the allegations to the prosecution and defense. Okay, on September 7th, 23, after receiving an initial email alleging violation of the Idaho grand jury rules, I emailed the sender, blank, blank. Blank requested more information. I advised her I was assigned to the investigation and wanted further clarification regarding the screenshots she had attached to the email. Thank you for subbing. Oh, thank you. Cappy Boss. Thank you, thank you. I hate my voice, so. But, okay. I received a follow-up email from blank on the same day. She stated the screenshots originated from blank, 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 and blank, blank. If I'm right, these are the emails that came from Steve and Brat Norton that Brat Norton showed on her TikTok. She provided email address for both. See attached form. Okay. I emailed both individuals on September 12th requesting contact to discuss the conversation captured on the screen. I did not receive any reply or contact from either of the individuals. On October 12th, 23, Detective Payne and MPD and I emailed Shannon Gray requesting a meeting. Mr. Gray is the attorney representing the family of Kaylee. We request to speak regarding the screenshots showing conversations that appeared to reference, which would be the grand jury, now blank, blank, Kaylee, speaking to individuals about grand jury proceedings. We did not receive any reply or contact back from Mr. Gray regarding this request. October 12th, 23, I was forwarded an email showing screenshots from a Facebook page that is titled The Gonzalez Family Page. The screenshots show some of the same screenshots that were forwarded to the court by blank. Part of the posting stated, we recently were made aware of some messages claiming to have fabricated texts from blank, as well as trying to incite others to spread lies. While we understand the internet is a big place and people are free to say whatever they would like, we personally feel a line was crossed and we would like to pursue further action. If anyone knows any more about these screenshots, knows who created them, that would what they said, etc., would feel free, comfortable sharing with us, we would be extremely appreciated. This is the last information that was received about the allegations. So it said right there, they got them, but they didn't do nothing about it. They said that the screenshots between them were, fabricated. They were whatever. They weren't allowed to have them, but it wasn't hard to find out where they came from. That's what I'm kind of like. They're asking for info on where these all came from when we all know where they came from. All right, that's hard. I don't know. This one is about Kaylee doing some babysitting. They have a little program at the school that some of the, I think it's like professors or whatever that might have kids or TAs or that need babysitting. Kaylee did do that too. Hello, fleas. I can't say good morning, but good afternoon. She was babysitting for the family in Moscow in the summer. This one's really not anything. She said Kaylee babysitted, a handful of times. Only they paid her on Venmo. Kaylee provided child care for a few weeks during the summer semester. She told us the last time Gonzala babysit was for them on her 21st birthday. The lady that they're talking, it was her birthday that she babysat for, stated that they paid each girl $15 an hour for their work. Blank stated Gonzalez was not a full-time employee, stated most of the work occurred during the week. Okay. I think this one's still... Yeah, this is all the babysitting. Okay. Blank is an Idaho State Correction Institute inmate and was interviewed by the Federal Bureau FBI. Ryan, made numerous claims during the interview about the surrounding, wait a minute, I'm trying to do two things right. Circumstances surrounding the murders and who was involved. He stated the house where the murders took place were located, where he provided security to individuals who delivered unknown items to the house. He stated he did not know what they were delivering, but understood that they were doing was illegal. Blank referenced several individuals by nickname, but did not know any full legal name. His main associate was with blank and blank. Isn't this one interesting? He's an inmate. He said he provided security for 1122, I take it. On one of their tips, blank stated they were leaving Lewiston and heading for Moscow when a car crash occurred in front of him. He stated the driver was ejected through the front windshield but survived. He stated he stopped at the crash and waited for police to arrive, spoke to them briefly, and then continued to Moscow. He stated this occurred at 3 a.m. exactly 30 days before the unalivings. The unalivings occurred on November 13th, which by his statement would mean the incident occurred on October 13th. I searched ISP District 2 calls from the data and did not locate any crashes that matched his description. I then contacted Nezpez Sheriff's Department and requested they check to see if the Sheriff's Department or Lewiston responded to any crashes on this date which matched his description. They could not find reports of the Sheriff's Department responding to a crash matching the description. I requested they expand the search to the 12th through the 14th and still did not find any. I was like, why can't you hear? I thought it was me. Oh my. Blank stated he was later punished by Blank for stopping at the scene of the crash. He stated that Blank broke both of his feet. He stated, because that was his punishment. He stated he was in jail from October 20th to the 22nd through December 9th, October 28th, 22 through December 9th, 2022 in both Spokane and Kootenai County. On October 31st, Detective Payne in Moscow Police MPD contacted both Spokane and Kootenai County Sheriff's Department, stated Blank was arrested in Airway Heights, Washington on November 23rd for assault. He was then transferred to Kootenai County for a warrant. Neither detention center had any records of Blank having broken feet. Kootenai County reported having Blank listed as having blank blank. Additionally, the dates of his incarceration did not match what he stated in his interview. On October 31st, I followed up with S.A. O'Neill about the interview he conducted with Blank, stated that he had a long history with Blank and that he used to work as an informant for him. He stated he eventually fired Blank as an informant because he was a pathological liar. S.A. O'Neill stated he continuously sought out law enforcement to help himself out when he got into trouble, but he never had credit or reliable information. Stated during the interview with Blank, he did not find him credible and did not believe anything he said about the interview. Okay. Hi, Lucy. I'm about done, but unless you know one that you want to go through, I can look through here. But other than that, the rest of these I don't think are. We'll keep going. Conducted a phone interview. No answer to the phone. Call attempts. The second call, person on the line who identified herself as Blank asked if we could talk another time. The third phone call, I was able to visit with Blank, explaining an odd conversation she had with a rideshare driver. Blank explained the driver talked about how one of the victims was stabbed 25 to 28 times. The driver also had the same tow truck as the tow truck used at the scene. The driver worked at Blank. Blank also brought up other random information. And the tip was closed. Okay. Well, how did the rideshare driver know that? And that was what, on December 2nd? I don't think we even had a number of counts at that point. Oh my, that makes no sense. On or about December 3rd, Idaho State Police interviewed Blank, tip number blank, explained how her boyfriend relayed a message he had heard from blank, explaining he had a knife flash at him at a party. Blank also explained this incident happened approximately 1 to 2 years prior. Okay, so close that tip. The record, like they say, close the tip. I think I should just say no report taken, right? I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. The records of the interview were turned over. On or about December 2nd, Idaho conducted a phone interview, reference tip. No one answered the phone call. Second phone call, the person on the line identified herself and asked, okay, this is repeating the same thing. That was repeating. On April 16th, was subpoenaed for case. Well, prepare for court, reviewing the materials. I realized that some audio recordings may have not been included in the evidence or reports. Oh, that's on April 16th. They finally realized that some things weren't included. in the evidence or the report. So how did Ann Taylor get everything? Utter nonsense. It was just utter nonsense, Heather. I agree. Meg, the audit files were specific to 2 closed tips. It was determined the auto file had been placed into evidence or reported written for closed tips. Out of the abundance of caution, it was determined to complete a report and submit the auto file. On May 1st, I completed a report for tip 5231 and tip 2953. On the same date, I provided and substantially turned the auto files over. Okay, nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. I mean, yeah, I agree with the GoFundMe comment. Okay. Okay, we're winding down here on these ones. Completed subject, telephone, who have been identified as a witness, defense counselor, upcoming trial. Okay. You know how they, like, you go through here and it says victim 1, 2, and 3. If you pay attention, one of the things I caught, which I thought was kind of strange, but when they described Brian in one of them, his race was listed as Samoan and what was it? I wrote it down. Where the hell did I write it down? It was not at all. I'm like, why would it say that? It was. Of course, I can't find it, but I do have a mess everywhere. I got papers everywhere. I can't find it, but. Lucy, I don't understand why or since when Ellie released to the public all they did in the investigation except the stuff that actually connects Brian. Exactly. They could just answer the question in a direct manner and supply the investigation that pertained to him. Hey, Lucy, do you want to join me on panel? Come on. We know she won't. But anyhow, I just thought it was weird because I do pay attention, race unknown, sex female, hair color, and that. But one of Ryan's, I think I took a screenshot of, but it had his all screwed up. It was all screwed up. I just need to find. I can't. I have it wrote down. I'll find it in a minute. We're gonna finish up here and. Let's see. What is this one? Multiple subject telephone calls who have been identified as witnesses by the defense counsel for the upcoming trial. Okay, so these are all, see, even in this one, it still has them as white male. I'm telling you, the one I have had him as Samoan and something. It was like, what? No, but they're still doing it for media bizarre. It's total trash game. I agree. Okay. Is there any on here that you want me to go over, Lucy? And do you remember any of them? These all just say the same. Obviously, it blocks out the person's name, says they were subpoenaed, and they haven't had any contact. This one, they did not receive one. This one, they received one, but maybe didn't receive one for the next hearing. Like, that's all this is right here. Blank received a subpoena from the defense. He was interviewed by the defense investigator by phone about 8 months ago. They asked him questions about his daily experience, whether he heard a dog barking during the time around the murders, and that what his experience was the morning after. He felt as if the investigators were attempting to wrap me into this case. The investigators told him it is unlikely he will testify. Yeah. I remember a lot too, but to go back and try to go through them, I'm just like, oh my gosh, there were so many of them. Which one is it? What one do I want to go to? But yeah, this guy thinks that he don't want to talk. I know they're, hold on. Let's keep going. We got 6 more to go through to the end. Let's just finish these ones out. Okay, witness counselor, upcoming trial. Okay, this is the same. Subjects by phone who have been identified as witnesses for defense counsel. She was interviewed but has not been in contact since. She provided a list of questions. Blank had been received. He has not been contacted. Blank has not received. I placed a call to 3 phone numbers associated with blank on June 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I left a voicemail, most likely, and I have received no response. So no report taken, I guess. That's what I think all these are pretty much. Again, they reached out. They were contacted. Blank wanted to add that approximately 2 weeks before the unalivings occur, he saw a lone white male with dark hair driving north on Conestoga past his residence. Blank stated the male was driving a white colored sedan. Stated his memory came back to him after Kohberger had been arrested, and the news media released a video of the traffic stop that occurred with Kohberger and his father. Okay. Blank received a subpoena for the defense. She spoke with somebody from Ann's team on the 8th. She was unaware of what she would be testifying to. Blank, I'm unable to locate with the provided phone number. TLO report was running through ISP dispatch and was unable to attain a positive match. Okay, so they just didn't do anything with this one either. She spoke to someone about a defense counselor, but only about scheduling. She's unaware of what they will talk to. Again, all the same. These are all the same. We've reached, this is the ending. Oh, what Tonka say? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Of course, your memory returns now. Trying to look back on my notes here real quick to see if there's any that we should go over, or if I should end it, or what. Okay, I know which one. Okay, this is going to take me a while, but we'll talk while I scroll all the way back to like number 92, I think it is. This is crazy how it goes. So many of them. I wish there was an easier way, but I'm sure if there is, I just don't know how to do it. And if I do it, I'll mess it up. So I'm better off just to keep doing it this way. Lucy, who are you yelling at? That's one of them victim. I thought this was kind of interesting. Let's look at this. Is this one? Yes. I got to bring it down some. Okay. Hold on one second. Okay. This one. Okay. On February 10th, about 11:10 a.m., I spoke with blank at his residence regarding a possible sighting of Kohberger in the early mornings following the unalivings. After advising blank of the purpose of my contact, he provided the following information. He and his wife Okay. Oh, the cigarette butt. Okay. He and his wife, blank, identified by their driver's license, were the only residents at blank. He knew all the neighbors, and he did not know of anyone named blank blank. Oh, okay. You know what? It's up here. Okay. Robert spoke briefly with blank, blank, and blank on the front porch of his residence located in Genesee, Idaho, regarding a possible sighting. A female, this was what was confusing. A female did this, okay? She sent in an email indicating the female residents of blank indicated, oh my God, as I'm thinking indicated, identified as blank, had observed a male and vehicle matching the description of Koberger's vehicle stop at the end of the driveway near a pond, walk around the vehicle around 4:30 or 5 on an unspecific date following the unalivings. But now this lady says this, which why do people do this? Yeah, I mean, she's saying that she's in that area. She sees this car. She sees him walk around it. They see all this. Okay. Now, oh my gosh. Now you get down here and you talk to the residents of the home. Okay. He knows all of his neighbors. He did not know anyone with that name. The neighbors who share his driveway were blank and blank, blank, and their address was blank. The pond at the end of the driveway had been frozen over before the unalivings, which occurred on November 13th. Neither he nor blank had observed anything like that was reported. Also provided blank my contact information due to the contact auto, and that was returned. Now, this is their house because right here is the pond. Okay, so these must be cars, I take it, that were driving by. I don't know. Okay. But this is supposed to be his house. Supposedly the car stopped here. They walked around the pond and got back in the car, which I think is very interesting. Don't watch Vampire Diaries. My gosh, you never know what's going to happen. But I thought this was strange because this was the, where this occurred. And that is a pond. I mean, that would be a interesting spot, But how does a report come in from somebody that gives their name and their address and they go and find it, but then the person that actually lives there is like, I don't know who that is. And I don't know how they don't live around here. So who is that person that put in that tip? Yes, he walked around a frozen pond. Oh, I got a migraine starting. Oh no. Okay. And this was a rural area. An elderly woman came forward, said she lived out there in the vicinity, home alone. She had on her porch light. Her dogs were barking like crazy. She got up, looked outside, watched a man park in her driveway out in the middle of nowhere. Out walking around his car. She watched him a while and he left. This was like between 4:30 and 5 a.m., pitch black dark. After his arrest, the picture of the car and BK, she reached out to the authorities to say, this is the guy. This is the car that was at my place in the wee hours of the morning. Thank God where does this info come from? I believe it was on News Nation, probably Banfield. And that's it. So that one was kind of confusing to me. I don't know. I just thought that one was kind of interesting. And that's not even the one I was going to, honestly. I just happened to stop at that one going past it. But where are we at? We're at 423. Let's see what's in this area that's interesting. Anything? No. Okay. 484. Oh, I went past that one. 484 was interesting. 480. Okay, that's back. Oh, so Samoan and Hawaiian. Okay, 472. Let's go to 472 so I can show you that. At least I was in the 400, so I don't have to scroll too far. Okay. Well, that was a good stop, wasn't it? Look, where's it at? Right here. Suspect, Brian Christopher Kohberger. Race, Samoan, Hawaiian. Look at that. I don't think so. Are we investigating the same person, or should we just no report given and move on, right? I just thought that one was funny. I told you I seen it. 470 it was on. Okay. Oh, 476. Wait till you see this one. I don't know if any of you's caught this one or not. Let me skim through here to make sure. This is just, Kohberger was being rude to a deaf student. She called him out on how he spoke. Kohberger stared at people. They didn't like how he talked. Since the incident, she felt targeted by him because she left the room crying. I don't know. Kohberger would try to talk to her about Bundy unalivings because he knew she was interested. He also name dropped a few professors. That's what it said, Latina, but he's not. We know he's not, but that was in one of the descriptions. I think it was meant to go towards the person they were talking to. He might have been, but I thought it was kind of funny because that's not at all what Brian would look like, right? Okay, we're going to go to this one. All right. Okay. Blank talked about blank's student, blank's female named Blank, who recently had her apartment broke into. She complained to Graduate Housing, but they didn't help her. Blank said Kohberger took an interest in her. She said the reason this Blank and the other Blank talked to Kohberger was because they had difficulty understanding English, and they seemed to be the only ones that would continue to talk to Kohberger. Kohberger went to the apartment and tried to support Blank. This occurred towards the end of October. Blank said, I think this is the one that I thought was interesting. No. It's one more. Hold up. Okay, this was just the being weird. Yeah, this one here is just mainly Kohberger said if he ever were to have a intimate partner, that they would have to have no physical or mental disabilities, that they would have to be straight and the opposite of gender. Discussed her beliefs that school researches were used as discriminated against majority of the population. Some of the people in the program thought he might have autism. He thought Kohberger was a narcissist. Kohberger knew she was married, but wouldn't leave her alone. She said she was firsthand the only student in class that believed it. Listen, I thought this one was strange because I didn't think his mom did. They said Kohberger was the only student in the class that believed in the death penalty. Kohberger asked her if her 12-year-old daughter was great and unalived, if she would support death penalty. Thought that was kind of strange because I didn't think he did for some. Because wasn't it his mom that wrote a big long letter about not supporting that? So I kind of thought he wouldn't either. But hold up, I have to shut my lights off. My eyes are hurting. Okay, she said she believes Kohberger questioned about if someone else was arrested was his own. At his arrest was an attempt to throw off people, and not that he had a friend or an acquaintance. She said he had heard Koberger had attended a mixer and she didn't attend, and that he was weird. He drank a whole bottle of wine himself at this event, but he's not a drinker. She said that she had never heard him discuss any knives or any sharp items. Okay. I skipped through all these. I'm sorry. They're just nothing I'm going to read. I mean, I did first, but I'm not going to keep going over them. You know what I mean? This is okay. This is about JD. Okay. Interviewed, which I'm pretty sure it's Jack DeCur, on several occasions during the November 15th. I added the audio for the interview. Okay. I interviewed blank at the Idaho. Blank was the ex-boyfriend of victim Kaylee. Blank has been dating since they were obviously in high school, so it has to be Jack, right? And dated on and off for approximately 5 years. Blank said that they had broken up approximately 3 months earlier due to her taking a job in Austin, and it had been a mutual decision with no drama. Blank advised that he was driving a blank and blank. He said that this vehicle was owned by Kaylee's parents, and they were allowing him to drive the vehicle. But that was kind of interesting. You know, he's driving a vehicle. Doesn't he drive a white Elantra? Or white something? Blank advised that he lived at blank in Moscow with a number of roommates. Blank listed his roommates as blah, 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 that's a long one. I noted that the location of Blank's apartment and the crime scene were near each other. I noted that Blank and his roommates were all members of blank fraternity. I asked Blank to describe his whereabouts the evening leading up to the time of the unalives. On Saturday, he advised that he was at work at the blank, blank, blank between 2:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., working mostly in the kitchen. Again, thank you all for being here. Please make sure you hit the like and subscribe and help me get out there a little bit more. It's all greatly appreciated. He mainly worked in the kitchen, drove home to the duplex, went upstairs where he found roommate blank and blank. Also present was a friend who was not a roommate named blank blank, went downstairs, changed into a sweatshirt, got a beer, and waited for sober driver. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Sober driver who was a blank freshman. I believe his sober driver was Barry. And don't quote me. Don't take that to anything. But I'm pretty sure, because wasn't it Dateline or one of them documentaries where Barry did the interview saying that he was the DD that night? But maybe it goes to a she. I'm pretty sure he was one too. Anyhow, he was a freshman to pick them up. Blank said that the sober driver arrived that he thought was a black Nissan Xterra and took him blank and blank and blank to the corner club. Blank said they arrived at the corner club at 11 p.m. He said the club was packed and that they were admitted in because his roommate blank blank was working at the bar and let them in. Blank said he got into a confrontation with the blank member named blank because blank had been messing with one of his friends. Blank friend blank blank. Wow. Blank 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 blank. Sorry. Yes, and zero footage of Barry driving around. And Barry said in that document he was a sober driver that night. So, anyhow. Okay, who was there told blank to lay off, and blank brought each other a shot. Blank said he saw Kaylee at the club that night. He was not uncommon for Kaylee to be at the club. Blank said that he thought Kaylee was accompanied by blank, who was blank girlfriend. Blank said he left at approximately 1 a.m. Now, doesn't that predict that the picture that we seen of the corner club? Wasn't Kaylee and Maddie sitting at the table supposedly talking to Jack D, and wasn't that timestamp at like 1:30 or something? Maybe I'm losing it. Maybe I'm wrong, because things do come and go in my head, but I thought that was strange because it says here he left at 1. So if that's the case, that just proves right there corner club's time is not right. Blank said he, blank, and blank were picked up from the club by blank, who was president of the blank fraternity, and returned to their apartment. Blank said he had consumed 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot in 32 ounces, a 32-ounce tub of beer. Blank said after returning to the apartment, he hung out with his roommates for a period, tried to throw up but couldn't, and went to bed. Oh. Talking about the truck driver that frequented the corner club city by the MC. That's an interesting love teen. I do remember about the truck driver now that you said that, but I actually forgot about that. At my request, blank drew a sketch of Kaylee's apartment and labeled the rooms by the names of the person he knew to be living in the room. I have attached these drawings to the supplemental and transferred them to the police. I will also scan these sketches and place in the disk. I asked blank if he had any idea who could have been responsible for committing these crimes. Blank advised us that he seen a video from the grub truck on Main Street the night before showing a blank member named blank seeming to follow Kaylee and Maddie from the area of the grub truck before they went home. Blank also advised that he had heard from blank that a man named blank had been acting predatory at the corner club the night before, and the corner club had kicked him out. I asked blank to describe what vehicle the 4 victims drove. Blank advised Maddie drove a white Chevy Cruze. Kaylee drove a silver Range Rover. Ethan drove a red Jeep, and Xana drove a blue Honda. We took a break, and blank left the room to speak to his mom, who was concerned about blank. Upon returning from speaking with his mother, blank said he did not want to continue the interview without a lawyer being present. We stopped the interview, and blank left. Thought that one was interesting. Thank you, Stormy. Blank returned on November 17th, accomplished by his attorney, Zed Nixon. After a brief recap of what we had discussed on November 15th, we reassumed talking with blank about his reconnection of what had happened on the night of the homicides occurred. Blank said that he, blank, and blank got back to their apartment at a little after 1. He said his bedroom was on the main floor. He said he hung out with his friends for about 10 to 15 minutes. Blank advised he was drunk. I asked him to estimate on a scale of 1 to 10 how drunk he was. Blank said he would put his level of intoxication at 8 out of 10. Blank advised he had never experienced memory lapse. He has never walked in his sleep, and he has never acted out while sleeping. Blank advised he went to bed at the approximately 1:20. Blank said he woke up the next day. He noticed that he had a number of missed calls from both Kaylee and Maddie. There was approximately 7 from Kaylee, 3 from Maddie. Blank said that he had no argument with Kaylee the night before, and that there was no dispute. No one was upset about anything. I noted I looked at the phone records, but there had been several texts the night before between blank and Kaylee. The last text message was from Kaylee to blank at 2:15 a.m., telling him that she had his vape and that he could come pick it up at her house. I advised blank that there appeared to be a phone call at 2:26 a.m. between him and Kaylee that lasted approximately 17 minutes the night before. Blank said he did not recall the phone call and cannot explain it. Said maybe in his sleep he thought it was an alarm and he pushed a button to the side button of the phone to turn it off the ringer. I have learned that blank had been referred to the blank because one of his professors was concerned about blank. The blank website states the mission of the blank is to provide care and concern for students, faculty, and staff who, there's like two lings that's blanked out, said that he has been missing more classes than normal and that the breakup with Kaylee has been bothering him. He talked about her going to Texas and the fact that she initiated the breakup. She wanted it. She was going to Texas. I mean, I can't quite blame her on that one unless he's following her. What were they supposed to do? I mean, I guess enjoy your time away from each other. I asked Blank directly if he had committed these crimes. He stated clearly that he did not. Blank gave a DNA sample, gave his cell phone download. I later took the DNA sample, transferred them to the both, put them on a thumbnail, signed the form. I have scanned these forms. I reminded of the conversation with Blank on November 17th and involved victimology, whatever that word is. Related question. He had a number of follow-up questions and interactions over the course of the investigation. On November 18th, Blank consists to the search of his room, bathroom, common area, downstairs, laundry, and his apartment in Moscow. Forensic science entered the apartment at 21:17 on the 18th. After searching the area, Blank had we found a drop of possible blood on the wall of the entranceway. A sample of this was collected. We also noticed what could have been 5 or 6 small drops of red stuff on the kitchen wall. Samples were collected. This search and collect the possible bullet drop samples was documented through photographs by forensics. We left the apartment at 20:20. Documents related to includes the consent form, the map, the pictures prepared by Blank are included in the disc. The original documents were attended to his supplemental document. I had additional follow-up questions on November 18th, November 20th, November 22nd of 2022. The conversation on the 21st and the 22nd were recorded and are on the disc. Oh, so what happened to the one on the 18th? Blank advised that he and Kaylee were co-owners of a mini golden doodle dog named Murphy, who was 11 months old. Murphy had been in the house with Kaylee and the others on the night of the murder had occurred. On January 1st, I contacted Blank through his attorney, asked him to bring Murphy to the Idaho State's office in Coeur d'Alene so I could take samples of Murphy's hair. Blank brought the dog in, and I clipped samples from 3 places: the top of the head, the mid to back, and from the chest area. The samples were transmitted to the police, blah, 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 put on a desk, and there you go. 477, we're at 490. Okay, now 480. We'll do one more, and then I'm probably going to end it because I got this migraine that's hitting me. My words are wiggling at me because my head hurts. I'm sick of migraines. They've been hitting me daily anymore. Okay. Interviewed PH student Blank in Washington State. Blank advised she was a blank and had completed her undergraduate degree also from Blank. Her advisor was Blank. Her mentor was Blank. Knew Brian as a fellow PD student. She first met him at orientation. She has been in his office a few times. She also met him at barbecue that the department had in August. Blank said Koberger had tried to have personal conversations with her on a few occasions, asking questions like where she lived, what kind of dog she owned. She said Koberger would make comments. Koberger liked to talk about burglaries because that was his field. He studied the can't say that word, but the intimate part, burglary. Yeah. However, I want to say it without screwing things up, which I think I pretty much already said things I can't say. So I don't know why I'm worried about it at this point. But yeah, I feel like I need a beer too. I agree. Oh, good God. She was advised to complete the undergrad. Okay. Blank said that by October, Koberger was having issues with other students in their PhD, and he was talking to her more in her office. She's describing to have to clean up a mess he and his fellow teacher assistants have created working for Blank. Blank described conversations she had with Koberger related to their students of violence offenders. These include areas of studies, which I can't say them ones. He talked about different emotions. He discussed how offenders might avoid being caught. Koberger had asked Blank if she was single. She discussed her relationship with her partner. He asked about other friends of hers, and she was interested in getting together outside of school. She said she was not interested. She said she had told him she has been Blank, and he stated that he did not date broken women. He had discussed how he had attended Blank and described it as a small rural college in Pennsylvania. He was taught, he advised that he has been taught by police officers. Referring to the homicide, as stated, however, whoever committed the unalivings must have been pretty good. Now, this is coming from Brian. The conversation occurred approximately 3 weeks after the homicides occurred. They discussed the idea that students were getting ready to leave for winter break after when the unalivings occurred, and that the timing made is a good choice for a unaliver. Blank did not know what kind of car Koberger drove or if he even had a car. Koberger never mentioned friends or family to her. He discussed liking to hang out in the forest. Blank found this odd because of the lack of forests in the area. Blank said Koberger never discussed knives with her. Regarding complaints of Koberger's behavior, Blank said she had made a few complaints to Blank. She had been directed to copy her complaints to Blank. She said she was reluctant to do so because she had not had good experience with Blank in the past. Blank said Koberger was insult in the department and brought on 2 women to fix his grading work as a TA. Geez, with a headache and I move my screen, my words go all crazy. Woohoo! The thing that Brian said to the police when he spoke to them for 45 minutes. Jeff, stop, bro. Yeah. I can't read it, so do what you got to do, Lucy. After the homicides have occurred, she discussed finding Koberger's Reddit, discussing his research at Blank. She also said she had found his SoundCloud. The Reddit includes him surveying ex-cons about their emotion when committing the crime. After the unalivings have occurred, he said he had a few scrapes right now. The statement was made at the Christmas party. She noticed that after the unalives, Koberger was at the office more. She observed him often in his office. She assumed he was coming back for spring semester because he asked about a theory class that they would take in the spring. Blank said she did not observe anything specific about Koberger that pointed to the homicides besides his focus on policy and comments about women having a harder time getting a job as a professor, especially when he hit the job market. Blank said Koberger had conflict with Blank, questioning her immigration status and insulting he was superior to her in his research abilities. Koberger was always late when there were female instructors. Blank said female students blank had a hard whiteboard in their office where they kept track of the number of times Koberger was late to the class when female instructors presented, or when he would cut off a female when she was speaking. There's the tally that we heard Steve G mention. They had a tally on, when he was late, just leave for coffee. They said he would leave for coffee just up in the middle and go. So who knows? But Koberger was a vegan, a strong Catholic, and he did not drink. But he drank a whole bottle of wine at the pool party. Figure that one out. Blank did not recall Koberger having despairing comments about members of the Greek system. Blank said Koberger enjoyed conflict and was disparaging towards women. Blank described an outburst Koberger had regarding a grade he had received from Blank. Blank said in the approximate 40 times she's been around Koberger, she has never observed him exhibit empathy towards anybody. Blank said Koberger did not like the fact that she discounted the offenders and studies blank certain words. He said she was being he thought she would be focused on the offender and what they left. He thought the offender had a strong impact on the crime rather than the victim. She said she thought he was dismissing what she was doing just to argue. She said he was dismissive towards women and not men. Blank said it did not cross her mind that Koberger may have been responsible. Blank said Koberger always seemed recluded. He said that she did not get the hint that she wanted him to leave when he was in the office. She said he would leave their office she would leave the office in order to get him to leave, which everybody has said that he would corner them. He wouldn't let them leave. He wouldn't, but it's just how he is. You guys being good in chat. Thank you for anybody being here. Anybody showing up. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe. I'm not monetized, so there is no super chats in that. I did pin Cash App if anybody wanted to. I have Venmo, I have PayPal. It's all in there somewhere, but not what I'm here for. So, but anyhow. Oh, did I see official? Where's official? Oh, yeah. Hi, official. Good grief. Your name changes. Hi, Jeff. Be good, Jeff. Anybody else come in I haven't seen? Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Blank said she thought Koberger used a blank. She further said the blank had private lockers available for students, but Brian didn't use it. She never met anyone who acted so manner. In reference to the homicide, he would say that it was horrible. In discussion whether the unaliver would be caught, he said maybe it was one and done type of thing. She said Koberger sometimes discussed the evidence left behind at the crime and how an offender might mitigate against that by wearing gloves. She stated were related to her research work and not specific to the unaliving. She said she did not discuss vehicle surveillance or weapons that could have been used, but did talk about the time of day that they might choose. She talked about how they were conversations about how BK might be an incel in relations to his Reddit page, and his confirmation with Blank said Koberger had a bad interaction regarding a front office undergrad student named Blank. Blank mentioned problems with Blank was having with Koberger. Blank said students were told not leave Blank alone with Koberger. I don't know. Blank said undergrad students, Koberger was a TA for a 101 class. 3 female students from that class told Blank that Koberger was an awkward man who would hang around and try to contribute to conversations that he was not part of. Blank recalled one of the students was named blank blank, said no one wanted to talk to Koberger or hang out with him based on how he talks to women and treats women. People in the department thought he was possible future rapist. Blank said she would not have pegged Koberger for committing this crime. The interview was recorded and left to go. No, I don't even want to know what they're going at it about. Is there anything else that you guys, anything, let's go to 484. Okay. I'm looking here for a minute. Hold up. I had 484 marked. So Blank said he did not go back to the girl's resident that night. So maybe I have to start up here. Oh, God. Is that all of it? On November 18th, interviewed Blank at the Moscow Police Department. Blank was the Blank that had dropped Kaylee. Oh, okay. Kaylee and Maddie off at their apartment prior to the homicides. Give me 2 seconds. I have to take ibuprofen. Hold on. Okay. Hopefully that helps. It's that headache again, Stormy. I'm so sick of them. I was doing good. I wasn't getting them for a while. And last time I was at the doctor, he's like, how you doing? I'm like, how's your migraines? I'm like, shh, don't say that. And ever since I've had it. So I go back tomorrow for that. But, okay. Anyhow, I'm going to read this one and then maybe I'll call it. We'll see. We'll see. Anyhow, Blank was the Blank that had dropped off Kaylee and Maddie. So obviously we're talking about Eric, and he was the DoorDash driver off at their apartment prior to. As Eric was the one that was one of the last people to see the victims prior to the homicide. Yeah, there I am saying that word. He was a person of interest in the investigation. Blank cooperated fully and completely with our inquiries. Blank provided his telephone, consulted to a search of the phone, as well as providing us with the passwords. The phone was downloaded during the interview and returned back to Eric before he left. The consult form was added, scanned it, blank, blank. Blank also consented to giving us a sample of his DNA. He took the sample using buccal swab. I transferred these swabs. Blank removed his shirt and allowed us to look for injuries he might have on his arms, torso. No injury was observed. This interview was recorded. Yeah, no report taken, you might as well say. Blank advised that he was driving for both Uber as well as maybe, what else? What other one is there? There's two of them. Anyhow. But he drove a blank bearing Idaho license plate. Blank. He said he's one of the only drivers in the area that serves Moscow. We cover some biographical historical history regarding Blank. On Friday, November 11th, had worked until 3 a.m. He stated driving again between 10 and 11 on the 12th. Beginning at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he had steady work until 3 or 4 in the morning. Eric advised his wife was not a fan of him staying out late, but that weekend she was out of town with her parents in Hayden, Idaho. Blank advised that he had given Kaylee 10 to 15 rides since the last school year. Eric said he had also given Maddie rides, but didn't know about Ethan or Xana. Eric said that around 10 p.m., Kaylee had texted asking for a ride to the corner club. Blank thought that there were 3 girls on that ride. And there was. Blank, but they won't tell us the third girl. Blank advised he drove them directly from the home where Kaylee lived to the club. He advised he driven this route several times before. Blank said he don't remember what the conversation in the car was about on the way to the club. He said he had not heard or overheard any problems from the group of people that Kaylee usually with. Eric said he tries his best not to be a creep. Says he got another text from Kaylee at 1:45. I don't know. Why would he write that in the middle of it? Like, I don't know. Eric said he just tried not to be a creep. Like, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Like, you just put that in the middle of it. Like, yeah, well, I'm not trying to be a creep. I know. I think it goes on. Hi, Ro. Anybody else come in? I can't see. I'm one-eyeing it right now. Sorry. But anyhow, go back to where the hell I lost my spot now. Said he tried not to be a creep. Eric said he got another text from Kaylee at 1:45 asking to be picked up at the grub truck. Eric said when he picked Kaylee and Maddie up at the grub truck, Kaylee sat in the front, Maddie sat in the back. Blank said he drove the two girls directly from the grub truck to their house. Blank said that Kaylee was a little more drunk than Maddie. Isn't that funny? He says Kaylee was more drunk than Maddie, when I think we all would agree that it looked like Maddie was pretty drunk herself. And yeah, I didn't think, I mean, I guess we weren't right there to know. So, hey, Seahawk fan. Hey, thank you for stopping. I'm going to wrap it up here soon. At least I keep saying that anyhow. Blank said when he got to the house that the lights were on and that there were 4 cars in the driveway. He said he noticed a black SUV on the left side sticking out. Now, this has bugged me. The black SUV on the left side sticking out behind Ethan's vehicle was the other Chapin vehicle, wasn't it? So if that was the case, is that the black SUV that Ian seen, that he said was parked there? And if so, it was there in the morning too. Oh, yes. Yes, that was funny. The document that was about Jeff. That was funny. Anyhow, I sent it to Heather, and then Meg sent it to me, and I'm like, hey, I just sent that to Heather, and she's like, so did I. So poor Heather got bombarded by me and Meg sending her the same stuff. Anyhow, he said there were, okay, wait a minute. Black SUV sticking out. He also said there was a silver car on the road. Eric did not notice anyone walking on the road. Eric watched the girls go into the house. Now he watched the girls go into the house. I thought we were told he didn't watch the girls go in the house. Blank said on this occasion they did not pay him for the ride. He said that was not unusual and that he expected that they would pay him later. Blank said he never gives rides for free and that there was always an understanding that they would pay. Blank said he has never been into the house or anyone's house as a driver. Eric said that the girls' state of inebriation was pretty standard. Eric said that this ride was off the books, meaning that it was not managed through, Uber or whatever it was. The girls had his number and contacted him directly. Eric said that 5 to 10% of the rides he gives are off the books. Eric said he did not go back to the girls' residence that night. Eric said he did not go back to the residence that night. When asked to provide an alibi, Eric stated that he was home at the time of the unalivings. He said he could support him being home at the time of by providing some security camera footage from the home showing his vehicle parked there and the time he got home. I asked him to provide a copy of the footage, and he said he would. I was later advised that he had brought a copy of the footage to the police department and turned it in. Eric said he first became aware of the homicides through the vandal alert, said he was shocked that this kind of thing never happens in Moscow. He asked if he had an idea who could have done this crime. Eric described an event that occurred approximately 1 month at the public restroom downtown near Friendship Square. He said he stopped to use the restroom around 1:30 to 2:30 a.m. and there was a thin-built white man in his 30s with tattoos, approximately 5 foot 10 inches tall, in the bathroom wearing a white t-shirt, sharpening a fillet knife at the sink. No report taken. I don't know. I thought he went to Taco Bell too. So I don't get it. I don't get that one, but whatever. Where we go to next here. Okay, wait a minute. I'm trying to read this one. Yeah, this is the same one that's the one I started out with. So I'm trying to look one last time. I'll look to see in my little list of stuff, anything interesting. Dark color, Josie, Madison. Thank you all for being here. It's awesome to have you, and I'm so glad. I'm so good to see you all here. Okay, that's what I wanted to get back to this one, and I keep stopping. Okay, we're not going to stop till we get back to 92. We're at 400. Christina, hello. Hello, anybody? Hello, anybody that came in that I missed? Thank you for being here. Oh, that was the, yeah. I'm sure you've already seen all these because I did post them. This is where, the newest pictures came from, was right here. I'm going to cut it down one notch so you can see it. Okay, and here I go. I'm stopping again. Stopping again before I get that back to my 94, right? So this has to be, because you can see the bed in this picture. So I wonder if it's Kaylee's. I don't know. Where'd they black out? Oh, yeah, right there, Seahawk. Yeah, I wondered that too. I'm thinking it's like a receipt or something, because right there's a bag. So I'm wondering if like maybe the receipt fell down with her info. I don't know. But I wondered that too on what got blacked out. Yeah. Okay. There's another makeup. You would think that these I mean, I guess there's probably a lot of them. I would think that they would be, part of a DNA evidence on who was drinking out of it. But see, that looks like Kaylee's room. Yeah. Huh. I don't know what that one is. And what's the blue? Is the blue, or did they change it to blue so we didn't realize what it was? Because that's kind of a weird. Hold on, let me flip it. I'll flip it. See what I mean? It's kind of weird that. What would be blue that runs down your wall like that? You think that was Bethany's room? It might have been. That's what I'm wondering too. Wonder what the blue stuff is. I mean, I guess you can drop a pop. You can, whatever. It can splatter on the walls. But look, there's like two different colorings. A lighter, a darker. Oh, it might be the immuno-black. I never thought. Smurf pea. Yeah. I'll bet you that's what it is, Fleas. No, the wax wouldn't run like that. I mean, it would run to a point, Jeff, but it wouldn't run like that. Trust me. I have more than spilled wax in a candle, and I mean, it will run some, but I don't think it would do all that. What's amino black? Amino black is what they put down, so, and then they use a light, if I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong, but they use this light after they put something down, and then it will show any red stuff that was cleaned up. Yeah, I just think it's weird. Man, them steps look gross. I'm sorry, but they look gross. Huh. Yeah, I'm thinking drink too, but especially blue like that. I've never seen anything like that. It's just weird. Okay, now let me flip them back around. I think that's how it goes. Yeah. This just explained. Okay, where was I going? 92. Don't stop me again. Come on. Oh, what are these? Wait. I forgot about these ones too. If I ever get there. Anyhow, this was the car that somebody called a report on because of the stuff that's all over it that they thought that it was anyhow, but I guess it was a Halloween prank. And that's what they said it was. They said it was a Halloween prank, though, that they put this red liquid stuff all over their car for Halloween. I don't know. Kind of strange to me, but I can see putting it on your car some, but they're literally their whole entire car is. Oh, who knows? Is that it? Okay, let's keep going. Go back. Come on. Oh, sucker, go. Oh, yeah, we're only at the 300s. Why can't I just, like... Is there a way to, like, punch in the number and just get to it? Yep, scroll. Whoa, what was that? Oh, I forgot about this guy. This is what happens. I've read so much of them that I forgot. This was a guy that, what was he? Oh, I can't read that. Blank was arrested for being heavily intoxicated in the roadway of the 400 block of East South Marines Avenue, I think. Blank was staggering side to side in the middle of the road and caused several vehicles to alter their driving pattern in order to avoid a collision. Blank was booked into blank on. Okay, so what does that have to do with this case? And he's from New Jersey? Upon arrival, Blank was contacted and identified by his New Jersey identification card. The vehicle was a red something New Jersey plates. Oh, man, my headache ain't letting me read this one, guys. Sorry. We have a problem going on. Yeah, okay. We'll just keep going here. You guys are in my... Take care of whatever you need to in chat. Your mods for reasons. What is this? Evidence storage. Intoxication. It's still that guy. Okay. I need to get back to 90. Come on. We have to stop for a break every once in a while, right? It's like... Spin the bottle. We'll just, where can we, oh, what's this? Look at that. I stopped perfect. This ain't the one I wanted, but what is this? 12:14, 12, bar hopping until 2:30 on the 13th. Drove home 9 to 9:30, garbage, 10:30, laundry. Oh, well, thank you, Jeff. I'm on an HP. I don't know. I'm on a laptop. So what did you say? Type in shift command. Yeah. See, problem is with me, the moment I do that, I'll lose it. And I have a problem with losing things. You know, I lost Trisha. Still can't find her. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. But yes, Lucy. I agree. Yeah, Lucy's like, I knew you would. Yeah, I lost Trisha. Still can't find her. A month later, who knows where she's at? I can't read this, but it is a note from somebody writing down what they did or something. But I still want to go to 92, and I'll try your way, Jeff, when I'm not in a live, because I just don't want to screw that up, and I'm right here anyhow. So what did I write? 92. Oh man, of course I had to. Yes, is this the one? Lucy's dog has a new name. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. If you know, you know. I'm trying to be nice. Okay. This is about the house. Okay, on November 13th at 12:22. Assisted. What did I write this for? Oh, this is the one I was telling you all about. It's a go-to page function. Okay, thank you, Jeff. Definitely. Yeah. Control F. Okay, good to know. It wasn't that bad, see, but if I would have done that, we wouldn't have got to talk about all the other interesting things so far, right? Oh. Fun fact, that dog's been, because your dog went over there and gave it some loving. And now that doggy wants to come back over. Oh, he's a boy. So you won't be a grandma or mom or however you want to say it anytime soon. There's not going to be little mini pit bulls running around. Dang it. Okay, this one was the one that they were doing inside the house. This is when they showed up and they were going, through the rooms, which I thought was really interesting in some of the places that they said they found stuff. Okay, at about 2:41, I arrived on scene. Already on scene, Payne, right here. Detective Payne at 2:41. I could have swore Payne said he didn't get there till 4 o'clock. Oh, okay. Your dog's a boy. The other dog was a girl. Okay. Got you. Gotcha. Anyhow, that was just something I noticed right here, that it says Payne was there at 2:41, and I could have swore it was Payne, but maybe especially with my head hurting right now, I'm not real sure on that. Okay, at about noon, MPD was dispatched to an unconscious person. When we arrived at the household occupied, alone, 2 females, 1 male were outside the residence. The male, identified as blank, stated that he had entered the home. He grabbed the knife from the kitchen and cleared the 1st and 2nd floor. And then entered, oh my gosh, dropped my cigarette, hold up. Cigarette ain't helping my headache, so, but gotta have it. Anyhow. Okay, the household occupants, the male stated that he entered the house, grabbed the knife, the kitchen, cleared the 1st floor, then placed the knife on the table inside the living room. When the officers entered the home, they found 2 deceased residents, Canoto and Chapin, inside a bedroom on the 2nd floor. The officers also found 2 deceased residents, Gonzalez and Moog, and exactly. That makes no sense. Okay. I don't understand why you would go in and grab a knife, especially when you're walking in, you go up the stairs. So you completely don't worry about the basement. You go up the set of stairs and you look the whole way down the hallway and you can see the people. So you're going to go out around and go all the way over to the kitchen to grab something to come back over to get it. Don't make sense to me. Sorry, but it don't. That's yeah, exactly. Anyhow, in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Okay, we're now I'm gonna keep losing my spot. I gotta quit looking at chat. Grabbed the knife, cleared the floor, knife inside the table. Then the officer entered the home. They found 2 deceased. The officer then found more deceased. All victims appear to have multiple stabs. The sliding glass door located in the kitchen was open, and there was a set of fingerprints in the what? The victims appeared to have multiple. The sliding glass door located in the kitchen 2nd floor was open, and there was a set of footprints. I read it wrong. Footprints, not finger. Footprints in the melting snow leading into the way of the residence. There was one shoe print near the western edge of the property leading west into a neighbor's yard. In front of the resident north were 5 vehicles belonging to the deceased residents. I think that one's a kind of a strange one too. You know what I mean? I mean, I get it. There's going to be footprints around, I guess, but I don't know. Sometime in the early morning hours, Blank was awoken and opened her door, Blank, and heard a male say, "It's okay, Kaylee. It's okay, Kaylee. I'm here for you," and crying. When did it go to Kaylee? Like, how many times can her story change? She then shut her door. A short while later, she opened the door again and saw someone approximately 5'10", tall, dressed in black with a ski mask standing in the kitchen. She made eye contact with the person, and she could see they were Caucasian through the cutout of the eyes. She shut her door again and texted Bethany, whose bedroom is on the main floor, told her to join her in the room, and Dylan ran down the stairs to Bethany's room where they fell asleep. Yeah, she just ran down there and fell asleep. Did you know that? It's like narcolepsy. They were out. That was it. They were done. I mean, come on. You heard people crying. You heard all this stuff going on. You run by, you see your friend laying on the floor, and you're just going to go downstairs and go to sleep. No, I just don't get it. Okay. At 5 p.m., after the search warrant was signed, Blaker, Payne, Jennings, and I entered the scene and conducted a walkthrough. As I entered the front door, face 1st floor, I observed the following. As you enter the residence, from the front door, there is a bathroom in front of you, south. There is a bedroom to your right, west. It appears to be unlived in. To the left, east, was a staircase to the 2nd floor and a small hallway. As you walk east down the hallway to a small mechanical room, was the right south. The hallway ended in the bedroom, Bethany. Hey, anybody coming in? Hey, hello. Hit the like. Subscribe, please. As you enter the residence. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. The hallway ended in Bethany's. Bethany's bedroom had clothes on the floor, and the bed was disarrayed. Her dresser against the north wall had a broken door, and a drawer was partially open. That didn't appear to have any red inside the room. Now's when it starts to get good. Anyhow, B, as you go up the stairs to the 2nd floor, you enter a small living area. There was a folding table set up on the west side of the area, partially blocking the entrance to the west hallway. The table had multiple red solo cups on it and a game information, beer pong, along with a small steak knife. There was multiple areas of red liquid on the table that appeared to be blood. As I walked west from the living room, there was a half wall. This is what I was talking to you about, Meg, right here. As I walked from the living room, there was a half wall to my right. I could see multiple drops and runs of red liquid along the interior half wall. Along the wall north, I saw more red stains on the wall above the first and second floor stairway. The stain and liquids were consistent with cast off and appeared to be red stuff. Continuing west down the hallway, there was a bathroom to the left, south of the hallway, ending at a bedroom. On the north wall of the hallway, near the bedroom, there appeared to be a red-colored transfer mark at approximately my shoulder height. See, this is the one that I thought was strange because, okay, they're saying there's liquid on the table that we didn't see. There's liquid on that little half wall that you would look down over to see, like, downstairs to your front door area. How is it getting all the way up in there unless, like, stabbings were occurring right there in that area, and you know what I mean, the sharp items flying around in the air, it's gonna splatter them out over there. And it's just a strange area that I think that they found stuff at. I don't know. Is it me? I don't know. I think that would be strange, but they're saying, and that would kind of explain why we seen them all checking out that table area in their like white outfits, and their gloves, and they were doing all that. So, I mean, something had to have happened there. Maybe it did. And then somehow the table got, maybe Dylan trying to run downstairs, she pushed the table over more. I don't know. I think it's weird. But anyhow, C. Okay, we're on C. From the living room, looking into the west bedroom, I could see a female canoodle lying near the center of the room. Her legs and arms appeared to be covered in red. As I entered the bedroom, I saw multiple drops of red liquid near the entrance and multiple red colored drops on the door above and below the doorknob. A man, Chapin, was laying on the bed, partially covered by a blanket and comforter. His neck and chest were heavily covered in red. Multiple walls appeared to have red cast off, and there were multiple areas on the floor with pools of red. Now, for there to be a pool of red, somebody was laying there for a minute. All the red-colored liquid appeared to be blood. Canoodle appeared to have multiple cuts to her hands, arms, and face. Chapin appeared to have a deep cut to the outer portion of his right knee and neck area. On a desk against the wall in the bedroom, Canoodle's university identification rolled up with a $2 bill. Why the right leg? That's what I thought was weird. And the fact that, I don't know. A lot of weird. Exiting the bedroom and walking east, there wasn't anything visible in interest in the bathroom. So whoever asked earlier, Kiki, I think when Kiki was on, that there isn't anything in that bathroom. Now, I remember way back in the beginning, we heard that there was a towel that was missing from that bathroom, but I never heard any more about that. Oh. Outside the bathroom door, there appeared to be a small drop of red liquid near the baseboard, Meg. It was baseboard, and I said, what did I say? Banister. I knew it was something. I had a headache that day, too. A small smear of red liquid on the south wall and a hair stuck to the wall. Interesting, right? Yeah, there is. I thought that was strange. South, out of the living room, was a small step down in a bedroom immediately to the left. South was a staircase on the third floor, and a small storage under the stairs to the right was the kitchen. This is the other part. Bye, Stormy. Have a good day. Okay. Blank's room was messy with multiple items of clothing on the floor, which I believe is Dylan's. Disarray on the floor near her desk along the north wall. Her bed was unmade, and her U of I identification was on the floor near the south wall under her makeup desk. There's no apparent blood inside her room. The storage closet was tidy, no interest. The kitchen cabinets. Now remember, at the beginning, we had kitchen cabinets that we seen one vision of, and then all of a sudden we got another picture of them and nothing. Yeah, Megan, I'm filling you on your napicizer because I've been up and my head's killing me and I'm ready for a nap too. Anyhow, but I wanted to read this because I thought this was interesting. I'm sure a lot of you probably have already heard it. I'm sure, Dago and Lana and everybody else have already went through it. But just in case you haven't, the kitchen cabinets were cluttered with dirty dishes, orange container, and a fast food bag from Jack in the Box labeled Xana near the sink. The sliding glass door was just over halfway open. On the outside of the window and the south wall were 2 handprints and a possible face print on the glass. There were also red colored drops on the north side cabinet near the sink and a red colored liquid drop on the floor. The red colored mark appeared to possibly be red stuff. No crap. Oh my God, what you're doing, go to 541 immediately. I think I did read it, Roxy. Hold it, let me finish this one. Okay. Outside, possible the red blood. As I walked south up the stairs, they switched back to the north. On the center wall banister where the red colored liquid smear, there appeared to be blood smear. At the top of the stairs was a small hallway. Directly to the left west was a bedroom. Gonzalez. The bedroom was clean with the bed unmade and a black colored coat laying on the ground next to the bed on the left side. When looking at the foot of the bed, partially behind the door on the north wall, was a wire dog kennel. So there, the kennel was in there. They didn't appear to have any red inside the room. On the right side, east hallway, at the end of the bedroom to the south bedroom was a small bathroom. Mogan, they didn't appear to have any interest in that bathroom. Yeah, I think I did read 541 because I read it to the end. So I kind of went a little backwards with things, I guess. On the right side of the hallway ended the bathroom. To the south of the bathroom was okay, yeah. As I entered the bedroom, there was a bed directly to the left. On the bed were Gonzalez and Mogan, where they were covered by a beige blanket comforter with a large pool of red liquid near the center of the comfort. Multiple walls and ceilings had multiple areas of red covered cast off. Mogan had multiple visible cuts to her face. Gonzalez had severe trauma to her face and visible cuts with a large amount of dried red liquid to her face. There appeared to be aspirated blood coming from her mouth. Trigger warning. Sorry, I should have said it. Trigger warning, trigger warning. Near Mogan's left hip was a tan-colored leather sheath partially covered by the comforter. On the door edge, I saw multiple red-colored transferred smears. The upper mark was approximately my shoulder height, and the red-colored liquid in the room consisted of red stuff. I assigned to start pre-evidence process video. I directed them to start seeing overview photos, the vehicles. They described the vehicles and the interior. There was nothing to seize as of evidence. And it goes on here, obviously. What I thought was strange was shoe print casting, latent print, latent print, latent print, latent print, latent print. Like, we only heard of one latent print, remember? And there's multiple ones. Gray colored iPhone on the floor by Noodle. A pink colored laptop on the chair. Chapin located on the bed. Pink colored iPhone located on the bed. Pink laptop on the desk. Black iPhone, you know, all that. Okay, this was the funeral home with the coroner arrived on scene to remove the bodies. Before removing the bodies, they put paper bags over all four victims' hands along with Canoodle's left foot. Why would they do her left foot? Huh. Sorry, reading comments. Oh God, yeah, utter nonsense. There goes Heather and her utter nonsense. Simply Solo, hello. Okay, guys. It is what now? 2:40. Oh my. I've hit a wow on here. So. Oh wow. Official, what did you do? You got him. You did something. Okay, just go in and block them. When they call, block them. Call again, block them again. I don't know. I don't know how to get rid of bots when they're calling your phone. Anything else you guys want to look at here? You know, push. I mean, look at all the blood swab. Now, are these the, sorry, Christy, I was just joining late and night before and catch him. Like, holy, oh, you're fine, Roxy. That's fine. I thought I read that one because I read everything from like, what did I do? Like 480 something on, something like that. But I skimmed through them. So, oh yeah, they were. Yeah, they were filming. I can't, Heather. All the swabs and nothing important. Exactly. You see all them? I mean, that just blows my mind. The stuff that I don't know on the ketamine thing. Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Now, is this what they like? Did they lose all? And now, supposedly, what was it? The FBI or somebody had samples too. So they supposedly had backup to these, but I just thought it was kind of strange that the refrigerator you put everything in just happens to break. Just happens to just, oh no. You know, we'll go to one more that I have wrote down. One more, and then I will let everybody go. Oh, no, never mind. I am... what was this one that I had it wrote? Joven, yeah. This one goes for a while. What is this one? Okay, reference to inappropriately 10 a.m. accomplished by... Okay. The interview began, him discussing the online social media harassment their family has been dealing with since Sunday. This is Shorewater, I believe. Jeff, some of the things you come up with sometimes, Jeff. I love you now. We stay friends. I know you got your opinion and I got mine, but oh, Jeff. Anyhow, the interview began with Showalter and himself online. Okay, the information blank. I wanted to focus on the days prior to blank. Described days prior to. He went to the bar Thursday night for the early weekend. Stayed home Friday. Recovered from the hangover. Completed assignments. He asked if he knew about the sorority formal on Friday. He said maybe he really doesn't pay attention to such activities. He always says something happens on campus, but he does not follow. He asked if he was aware of the party at the house where the Unalives occur on Friday. He said he was unaware of the party on Friday, but thought there was a party at the house on game day Saturday. However, he was not sure there was a party at the house because there were 6 or 7 houses on King on Saturday having parties. Blank went to the parties at the blank building on Saturday. Blank rarely attended such parties. He didn't attend them all because he had a girlfriend for, for like 2 years or something, and he stayed to himself and didn't do anything, like didn't go to any of this stuff. Oh. Yeah, that's the one thing I want to see, Outcast. I want to see, oh, by the way, hey, welcome, Outcast. But that's the one thing I want to see is you got all this stuff. You got all these pictures. I want to see the body cam to the first officers entering that room. Not that I want to see the bodies or anything like that. I just want to see somebody walk in there and show us that there is this sheath laying beside her, and not 4.5 hours later when it's, I just, happy birthday. Is it your birthday? Oh my gosh, you do not want me to sing. Nope. I would crack all windows. Oh, okay. I got y'all. I got you now. Blank explained the first 3 years of college, he had a girlfriend, so he didn't get anyone who went asked him if he was with blank and blank on Saturday. Blank said yes, and he described blank as his good friend. Blank could not recall when he met up with blank that day, but he do believe blank and blank came to his apartment when they all went to the party at blank. Blank then looked at his phone and found a text message string between him and blank. Same text message string FBI has. Photograph phone. The first text was sent by blank on Saturday at 4:15. Simply, yo, replied, what's up? Blank asked if this is still, informed him he was going to get some food. Blank asked where blank was, and blank informed him he was back at the apartment getting ibuprofen for his back. Blank asked blank to grab him a couple of beers if there was any left. After reviewing the text stream, I was informed blank it appears he was blank and has been at the party prior to the start of the text stream. Blank believed they went to the party at blank around 1 and 2, but he could not recall the exact time. He did recall seeing Maddie and Kaylee and all the residents from 1 2 go outside and take photographs everybody has seen now. Blank knew Maddie the best. He had known her since his freshman year because they had classes together. She would hang out at the blank fraternity. Blank said while attending the party at the blank, he made several trips to his apartment to stretch and deal with a sore back. Really? Okay. Claimed that after the text stream blank began, he did not return to the party. I asked blank if he remembered going to the blank house with blank. Blank replied, not really. Then said that is why he agrees to go. That's why he agreed to go to the other bar with Kaylee and Maddie when they asked. He does the same thing every weekend, and it's hard to remember. I confronted blank with the information he had gathered, referencing he and blank had been picked up by a fraternity DD, driven to get food, beer, then dropped off at blank's fraternity responds, and they would not be out of the normal, but did recall. What's funny is he might recall that, but further on it says that they have no proof of him going, that they went to eat or anything. Hopkins said blank about purchasing a 30-pack and splitting the beer between him and blank. Blank did not recall if they purchased a 30-pack Saturday, but it was normal for him, blank, to purchase beer and split it up between the two of them. He could not remember if they did it Saturday because they were drinking all day. Said what type of beer? Typically, he's Keystone. I instructed blank to refer to the next string before him. Okay, I'm going to skip that. Blank passed out. Oh, he blank were at the house and passed out. He took the bag. Oh, no, I don't want to jump. This is the one. Between him, blank looked at some of the communication Monday, where he asked blank if he wanted the book bag back. So he took a book bag from the party he was at to put the beer in it to take it home. Then he remembered he borrowed the bag. Saturday, he said where approximately how, this one's hard because there are so many blanks. Where they're at blank house and blank had passed out. Blank took a bag from blank and filled it with approximately 15 beers. He believed he went back to his apartment because the bag was at his apartment and he had to return the bag to blank. Blank did not see blank again that day because he went to the bars and did not. I asked blank how he got from his apartment to the corner club. Blank responded, probably a DD. Blank did not recall the clothing blank was wearing. The next contact blank had with blank was Sunday morning sometime. Blank was with blank driving to get some food. Blank called blank and asked what was going on at the house down the street from blank apartment. Blank indicated he already told us what happened that after in the previous interview. Blank could not remember anything out of the norm that weekend. He said goodbye to Maddie, and though he would see her in class after they picked up at the food truck. Blank described blank as laid back and quiet. If possible, don't know him well. They would view him as an outsider. Blank is very quiet, not open unless you know him. Blank said blank is a great guy and knows he would not have done this shit for sure. They have been friends since 7th grade. They attended blank and U of I together. Blank has always had blank and blank described blank as a ride or die buddy. See what I mean? Oh, I feel like the one I'm saying, blank, but blank, but blank. I feel like Charlie Brown's freaking teacher right now. Good God. Oh, good grief. Oh, good grief. Blank informed us Maddie cared about blank because they used to be close. Blank and Maddie had an on and off again blank relationship in the past. It worked for blank because blank did not want a girlfriend, but blank claimed it was difficult to describe because blank did not really talk about those things or brag about girls. Blank knew blank and Maddie had gone on a trip to Cabo, Mexico with a large group of friends spring break. Blank did not go on the trip, which was arranged by a guy in a fraternity. Blank did not have any intimate relationships with anyone else living at 112 Street. So Walter and Maddie had a moment. Okay. Xana had been in past relationships with blank. Blank and another guy blank did not know, but she appeared happy with Ethan. Blank did not know Kaylee and did not know she used to date blank, known to be blank, did not know blank or blank. He indicated he may recognize them if he saw a photo. He has not known them. The only individual he really knows from the house is Maddie due to mutual classes. Maybe it wasn't Maddie. It must have been somebody else they were talking. Blank. Yeah, right? Yeah, poof, dust. Anyhow, blank explained. Blank did not know the number of times he had been inside 112 Street resident, especially blank had been banned from the corner club for a while. Blank did not know what blank was doing while blank continued to frequent the bar. Blank explained on blank banned at the bar. He indicated it was a 2-strike. Him and his buddy got into it. Nothing. I'm not going to read all that. He explained he did not go to hurt anybody, generally drink argument. He noticed strange while at the party, did not recall seeing anybody out of place at the party. Blank said the girls were picked up from the food truck. He did not want to wait for a ride and did not even know if his DD was even still accepting calls, so he walked home. Blank informed us it was no big deal to walk home. When they were at the food truck, he believed he and the girls were going to another bar, but they were drunk and got a ride home, he presumed. Due to the analyze, the rumor circulating around camp and the classes go online, made the decision to return to Boise. On his way Out of town, he stopped and saw blank and returned the book bag, transported the beer in Saturday in the HDM cable. Blank was active in the blank fraternity. Blank lived in the fraternity house, paid rent in his dues. Blank was also the blank for the blank. Oh my gosh. Remember, they used been since the freshman year. Blank only pays his dues, which gives him access. Okay. I asked Blank if he had any knowledge about Kaylee having a blank relationship with blank. Blank stated he had heard rumors, but thought they were weird because the rumor he had heard was Kaylee was involved with a woman professor, I think, blank, and he understood Kaylee was blank, straight, I think, believe, because it has the quote, but he believe it to be outlandish rumor, and it would be more believable if it was a blank. Blank with a click, blank. Again, informed us he did not really know Kaylee and did not know if she had a job. He only connected to Kaylee was due to Maddie. Blank did not even initially know Kaylee was the girl with Maddie at the corner club on Saturday. It was a chance encounter seeing Maddie at the bar, and he had been talking with only Maddie. Maddie invited him to go with them to John's Alley to get some food, but they decided to get food at the food truck. So returning to Boise, he has been hanging out at home playing Xbox. He has gone out to the bars with Blank a couple times, but he has stayed at the house most of the time. Blank did inform Blank someone has called a tip line in to the police pretending to be his mother. Blank discussed some of the internet rumors accusing him of the unalivings. Everyone continued to ask him what happened that night, informed him he has no idea. He was always thought the students would figure out who committed the homicide before the police because they know the community better than the police. Now the homicides are not solved. Students do not know who committed the crime and are scared. Hopkins asked Blank about some recent issues resulted in a blank from blank, informed us a video of freshman hazing other freshmen was the most recent issue. A parent had seen a video of a freshman throwing another freshman's bed out of a fraternity house second floor window. Hopkins asked about issues in the sorority. According to Blank, there were two issues at the sorority off-campus function. The first involved Blank was picked on a guy at a party calling him Kermit the Frog. Eventually, a shuffle broke out. Blank was just backing up Blank once the shuffle started. The other incident at the same party involved a couple of Blank freshmen throwing hangers and causing damage to the faculty. These issues did not cause trouble for the blank fraternity since it was not a blank function, but the individual involved are in trouble. At the end of the interview, I asked Blank if he would consult to giving us a set of major crime fingerprints from him before he left. Blank agreed. Printed approximately 1:32 p.m. Major crime prints. And that was it on that one. I thought that one was kind of interesting. But I'm done with that. Give me a second. No, you stupid. Hold up. Hold up. I'm getting a Kermit the Frog. That cracked me up. Okay. Oh, man, guys. I've been on here for 4 hours. Like, where the hell did the time go? November 12th with the Big Brother hazing. What happened all over the place. Yes. Here I go again. But I am going to call it an end. It was fun. It was 4 hours of wow. It gave me a migraine. Now I need to go take a naprosize with Meg and all that. But thank you guys. And if you think of something that we should talk about, always leave me a comment you can email me. It doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, Jesse, now you're just going to get here. I see how you are. I had Kiki on at the beginning, so I know it's 4 hours. Most people won't go back through and rewatch. I don't blame them. But at the beginning, I did have Kiki for a little bit. Thank you all. Outcast, please. Donna, Lucy, Tonka, Jesse, Jeff, for official, Donna, all you guys. Thank you so much. I mean, so much. You have no idea. Appreciate it. Like I said, I'm not monetized, so I know a lot asked me about super chats and that. Can't do them, unfortunately. I did pin my Cash App. I did pin Venmo, or I pinned Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal or underneath my name if you need that. Otherwise, yes, I hope you all have an awesome day. Thank you all for being here. Make sure you hit the like and you subscribe. And my goal is I am going to make a schedule here. And I would love to have other people join me on panel or join others. Kiki was the first I got to have on panel, so that was kind of exciting for me. So I would love to have more on panel and all that. So Truth Seeker, did you just get here too? Oh, man. Ro, thank you. Thank you all. Have a great Monday. And I will see you around in the YouTube streets in somebody's chat, I'm sure. Thanks, guys.